Fulgrim, I am here! Fulgrim! Your brother, Roboute Guilliman, stands in the Heliopolis again. Will you not greet me?
Guilliman's vox-amplified voice echoed, each repeat growing with sadness, until it became a sobbing caricature. The effect disappointed Guilliman.
My brother, your cheap sorcery cannot upset me. Come out and face me if you dare, or have you become as cowardly as you are debauched?
There was a metallic rattle, and a rasping of scaled skin over stone that wound around the outer rows of seats. Guilliman squinted, but the light before him cheated his vision, allowing him to see only into the circle.
I hear you, Fulgrim. Come out into the light.
This time, Fulgrim replied. His voice was as mellifluous as it always had been, but the neediness that had lurked at the back of his words had come to the fore, a poison masquerading as confidence.
Why are you in such a hurry? Your strategy is to play for time, is it not? To allow your sons and their fine new paints to cripple this ship. They look so colourful now, Guilliman, so less dull than blue, blue, blue. How was it to break up your legion, Guilliman? Did it hurt?
Come and face me. Let us settle our differences honourably.
Do you want to talk?
Fulgrim, still unseen, tittered.
About what? A little family reunion? Oh, you and I have nothing in common. We never did. And now we have even less. I serve the true powers of this universe, while you languish under the dead hand of our father. You are so predictable, Roboute. So dull, so stolid, boring old Roboute. You were the unloved child, while the brighter stars got all of Father's attention, overlooked until the end. And then, when you were needed, you were not there. It must have stung, brother, to be so outshone. Perturabo did not enjoy it, I know. Did you?
Guilliman peered hard through the light and caught a hint of a sinuous movement on the far side of the circle.
Our father honoured me always.
Fulgrim laughed, louder and louder, until the Heliopolis was filled with wide mirth that seemed to issue from 1,000 throats.
Oh, forgive me. That is so precious. Do you not remember my eagle, dear Roboute? It was I who was honored, not you.
The rasping of scales drew closer. Luminous green eyes glinted. Guilliman set himself and stood tall.
My legion may not have won your plaudits, Fulgrim, but I chose the slow and steady road, and that was the better way. You were always racing towards perfection, away from your fear of failure. Your fear made you run right into the arms of damnation.
Failure? Damnation? I have not failed. I am not damned. I am saved.
Fulgrim slithered into the light.
For the love of Terra,
whispered Guilliman. Guilliman had seen pit captures of his brother. From the siege of the Imperial Palace, he had viewed them many times, noting the changes wrought upon his sibling, as dispassionately as he could, fighting back the revulsion he held at the sight. The image on the Phoenix Gate had been no surprise. He knew what to expect, but faced with Fulgrim in the flesh, Guilliman struggled to contain his dismay. The Phoenician's legs were gone, replaced with a long serpent's tail. His torso and face had become elongated, his chest altered to accommodate an additional pair of arms. Despite his obscene form, everything was weirdly perfect. The muscles on his bare chest were exquisitely defined. The skin was a gorgeous shade of lilac. The snake skin of his lower half shone with jeweled colour, and he moved with grace to shame the Eldari. But all this was a perversion of his former beauty. If not of the very idea of beauty itself, it was too much. So perfect in its awful twisting of the human form, that it went beyond the ability of the mind to process. Fulgrim's new shape provoked revulsion by its very nature, whilst awing with artfulness. By design, he was made to arouse and repulse equally. His head in particular was changed, long and crowned with horns that rose crimson from his shock of white hair. His face remained his own, a sickening joke to crown his dark transcendence. Seeing the features of his brother melded to this monster brought tears to Guilliman. Finely wrought ornaments jangled on Fulgrim's limbs. Soft leather straps held long gloves in place on his right arms. The left arms were painted with delicate patterns. His fingers hung with chains, and their nails stained clashing shades. Sigils decorated the buckles of his harness. More were tattooed upon his skin. Fulgrim rose on his banded tail, holding his forearms wide in the insipid light of the inner circle.
Behold, my brother, see what the Emperor made, the Prince of Pleasure has improved upon. Am I not perfection? I was made to be a slave, but now I am free, and the companion to a greater god than our father can ever be.
The Emperor is not a god,
said Guilliman. The ship quaked. A signifier in Guilliman's helmet turned from red to green. The portside void generators had been disabled. Data screen informed him the fourth company of the Iron Snakes was fighting its way out.
Do you still believe that? He always did protest too much about that. You think I am a traitor, I know. You think I'm selfish and deluded, but no more so than dear father. He gave me so much, not least a taste for treachery.
Fulgrim leaned closer, close enough for his hot, perfumed breath to caress Guilliman's armored face. The cloying stink of it penetrated his breather grill. There was a scent of something rotten beneath, the melange of spices. One note of decay in a bouquet of opulence. There is the truth, thought Guilliman. The miasma of corruption, a corpse hidden in a bed of flowers.
Join with me. You must be tired of all this strife. We can bring an end to war and revel together in sweet excess for all eternity. I can show you things, pleasures you would never have dreamed existed. You think of the warp as a hell, but it can be a heaven also. Together, we usher in an age of delight for all mankind that will never end.
Never. You have been deceived. I will not follow you into darkness,
said Guilliman. He stepped backwards, his hands going to the hilt of the Emperor's sword.
Enough!
He drew the sword of the Emperor in his right hand, and it burst into flames.
Father's sword. Maybe you are honored after all, dear brother.
The hand of Dominion sparked into life, an oily field of blue light encasing its massive robotic fingers, an underslung bolt gun. Raising the flat of his blade to the muzzle of his helm, Guilliman saluted his brother. He thumbed a switch, and a sheath of energy covered the blade to match that of his fist.
You are staying? No dramatic teleportation? No strategic withdrawal? You actually want to fight someone you cannot hope to beat? Well. You are beginning to surprise me, Roboute. I never thought you had it in you. Perhaps you're not so boring as I thought.
Honor demands I slay you.
Fulgrim stretched out his arms. Blades rose from nothing, sprouting from his clenched fists, black vapors boiling off their metal as they were forced into being. The swords were mismatched in form, and every one a different pastel hue. Bright poisons dripped from their edges.
Honor will get you killed.
Fulgrim raised his own blades to his face, the edges ringing off one another. There was no mockery to the salute.
So it is, brother. We have come to the end. With you dead, our other brothers will follow one by one. The Imperium cannot last without your guidance. It is you who holds the whole crumbling thing together. Dull as you are, you were among the best of us. I almost feel sorry to kill you, if only because you will not see the triumph of the true powers of the universe and know the liberation they bring.
Swift as a striking viper, Fulgrim attacked, all four blades driving down at his brother Primarch, so quickly that they did not seem to pass through the intervening air. Guilliman caught them on the edge of the sword of the Emperor. Fire blazed, scorching Fulgrim's face and making him snarl. The eruption of energy threw both Primarchs backwards. Fulgrim attacked again. Guilliman cried out as one blade found its way past his parries, and left a smoking groove in the ceramite around his left arm. He would not win this fight. A cold kiss across his throat, followed by agony. Arterial blood sprayed from his ruptured neck. He clamped his hand to the wound, but it gaped beneath the armored fingers, and the blood would not stop. Poison crawled in where his blood flooded out. Already it had affected him, numbing his limbs, making his eyes heavy. With supreme effort, Roboute Guilliman raised the sword of the Emperor for the last time. He mouthed. His vocal cords were severed. Blood spilled from his mouth in place of words.
I see the mark of Corphaeron's athame.
Fulgrim swayed as he approached.
He could never turn you, but the cut he inflicted is a scar on the warp that will never heal. It is as great a weakness as your rectitude.
Fulgrim smiled with his lips coated in poison taint.
Or should I say, was. Here the Avenging Son meets his end.
He smashed Guilliman's blade aside. Fulgrim raised his sword for the killing strike.
Say hello to Father for me.
A single chime sounded, a clear, pure note that cut through the clangor like a knife. The next moment, the outstretched armaments of the auto-reliquary folded back, with a gaseous hiss to reveal a sight of breathtaking splendor. Theoretical. I am alive, and surrounded by the great enemy. Practical. I will kill them all. His presence was immense, dominant as a thunderbird suddenly filling the shrine with its crushing pressure. Guilliman was clad in a magnificent new suit of armor, an ornate masterwork that had traveled all the way from the forges of Mars, within Kor's auto-reliquary. Guilliman felt his grip tighten around the blade of the Emperor, lit now from hilt to tip with leaping flames. And in his eyes was a look of such murderous intensity that even the loyalists within the shrine quailed to see it. Boiling within was a rage that would have made Angron shrink. It was as though a spell had settled over the shrine, though outside the din of war thundered on. Within that echoing chamber, friend and foe alike stared awestruck at the legendary figure, reborn in their midst. An incoherent scream of rage shattered the silence. A single Khorne berserker charging headlong through the stunned combatants, to launch himself in a flying leap at the Primarch. Guilliman moved. His burning blade drew a pyrotechnic arc through the air as it swung, bisecting the Khorne berserker at the waist and hurling his severed halves to the ground. As the Chaos Worshipper's armoured corpse crashed to the floor, the spell was broken. With a great howl of hate, the Black Legion warriors surged towards Roboute Guilliman. He started to walk forward, and the carnage truly began. First to die was a sorcerer, whose powers had shaken the temple to its foundations. Guilliman raised his mighty gauntlet, a hand of dominion, and a storm of armor-piercing fire erupted from beneath to rip the tainted Psyker to pieces. Next to fall were the remaining Black Legion berserkers. Following their comrades' example, they flung themselves screaming at the reborn Primarch. Like their fellow, they were reduced to armoured meat, smashed from the air with terrifying speed. Guilliman was running now, storming forward through the hail of bolts and shells unleashed by the Black Legionaries. Rounds exploded against the Primarch's armour, but none could pierce its plates. As he crashed into the front ranks of the Black Legionaries, Guilliman let out a blinding roar of pure, undiluted fury. He didn't know where he was. He didn't know when he was, but he knew an enemy. The Primarch's first blow threw a Black Legionary high into the air, blood streaming behind the corpse in a red trail. His second strike smashed a traitor Terminator into a bronze and marbled column with enough force to drive the Chaos Worshipper clean through it and out the other side. A spiked power fist swung for Guilliman's chest, only to be lobbed from its wielder's arm before the blow could land. His return swing parted his attacker's head from his shoulders, cauterizing the stump of the traitor's neck as the body crumpled to the floor. On it went. He was moving with such speed that even the heretic's superhuman reactions couldn't save them. None could match him. None could even come close, and the few opponents that landed lucky blows found their weapons turned aside by the masterwork armor. Chief Librarian Tugurius felt Guilliman's gaze upon him then, just for a heartbeat. The Primarch's appraising stare seemed to strip Tugurius down to his soul. Then Guilliman stormed on through the enemy ranks. With every blow he sent mutated corpses tumbling through the air. His expression was carved granite, and frozen in hate, a mask of vengeful anger that had endured for millennia. Last he was conscious, his sons were dragging his bleeding body, throwing themselves as sacrifices against his demonic brother Fulgrim. Even now he felt the sting of the wound on his neck, but it did not stop him from barreling into the twisted horde of creatures before him. Nightmarish parodies of the Adeptus Astartes ideals. There were those donning armor he didn't recognize, but emblazoned with the symbol of the Ultramarines. But most importantly, he could feel the taint of chaos. For now, that was good enough to tell friend from foe. Even as he cleaved enemies in two, he quashed down the questions of where and when am I, compartmentalizing them for later. The Black Legionaries continued to hurl themselves at the reborn Lord of Ultramar, clearly willing to sustain any amount of casualties if it meant laying Guilliman low. Yet they were laughably outmatched in almost every regard, sweeping the Emperor's sword in wide arcs, firing off hammering volleys from the hand of Dominion. He reaped a bloody tally as he drove the traitors back. As they retreated, so the prone form of Marneus Calgar, Chapter Master of the Ultramarines, was revealed. His armor cracked, and his face beaten bloody. Guilliman paused for a moment in his rampage, looking down upon this fallen son. Calgar stirred, one eye opening to look up at the Primarch reborn. Satisfied that his scion lived, Guilliman pressed on, leaving the fallen Chapter Master to stare in disbelief at his resurrected gene sire. Across the chamber, Grandmaster Voldus of the Grey Knights and his paladins were driving the surviving Chaos Sorcerers back. The heretics were powerful psychers both, but neither could hold a candle to the Grey Knights. The last of the heretic leaders lost their nerve, barking orders at his underlings to cover his retreat from the shrine. The sorcerer turned, lumbering in his Terminator armor, and found himself face to face with Roboute Guilliman. Screaming witch light rushed in as the sorcerer attempted to conjure a potent curse, Before he could even spit the jagged syllables to unleash his power, the sorcerer was hoisted bodily off the ground. Guilliman's hand of dominion clamped firmly around the traitor's gorget. In a breathtaking display of strength, the Primarch lifted his foe high into the air. Guilliman's face was a cold mask of disgust. The sorcerer made a last, croaking attempt to speak, before the Emperor's sword slammed through the traitor's midriff, and ripped it up swiftly. Ancient armor and corrupted flesh parted, as easily as silk, and the sorcerer's innards spilled out in a rush to splatter upon the flagstones. Leaderless, reaped like corn by the seemingly unstoppable Primarch and his allies, the last of the Black Legionaries turned and fled. Not a single one of them would escape the fortress of Hera alive. Reinforcements came rushing in. Every Ultramarine fell to their knees at the sight of their Primarch reborn. It was almost too much. Guilliman looked to the strangers that surrounded him. Ultramarines, an Inquisitor, a flying angel with wings. Even 2 Eldari, and only one he did recognize, though much changed. Belisarius Call, Archmagos of Mars. His heart slowed as he began to move. Everything was confusing, but the sound of war outside let him do something he knew how to do: win a war. In the Strategium, he accepted command of the defense. Chapter Master Manius Calgar, bloodied and barely able to stand, shook off his help. He knelt before his Primarch, the myth given life, and gave command of the Ultramarines to him. Guilliman sat upon the command throne. A touch of comfort washed over him as he recognized some of the instruments at his fingertips. One deep breath he exhaled, and then his demigod mind locked in. It was like he was on a different plane of thought. The Ultramarines looked on in awe as the Primarch drunk in the streams of topographical data and barked out a complete counter-strategy. The Chaos invasion of Macragge faltered, and then began to turn. From every Vox speaker to human throat, the declaration was screamed. The Primarch has returned. Roboute Guilliman is alive. Guilliman allowed the hail to spread out like wildfire, for the hope it would inspire, and the dread it would inflict upon the enemy. 3 hours passed. Attacks, counterattacks, and ambushes until Macragge was at peace. Guilliman breathed. Now the time for questions came. In a private sanctum, the Saint Celestine raised a halo above his head. Guilliman once again took the mantle of Lord of Ultramar, in the name of a being that made him shudder, the God Emperor of mankind. One by one he took counsel from each of the members of the so-called Celestine Crusade. The year was 999 M41. Everything he knew, everyone he knew, was gone. 10,000 years had turned the Imperium he knew into a caricature of its former self. Each conversation was a crushing blow, a feeling he masked before them, even as his horror grew. A God Emperor, an ecclesiarchy, a grim dark future of only war. All of his brothers gone. He placed his head in his hands, finally alone. "Why do I still live?" he snarled. "What more do you want from me? I gave everything I had to you, to them. Look at what they've made of our dreams. This bloated, rotting carcass of an Imperium is driven not by reason and hope, but fear, hate, and ignorance. Better that we'd all burned in the fires of Horus's ambition than live to see this." Even as he said it, Guilliman heard the lie in his words. Amongst his brothers, none had been more idealistic than Roboute Guilliman. None had envisioned a brighter future, not just for mankind, but also for the warriors of the Legiones Astartes. That flame of hope had been a part of him for as long as he had lived. Even now, as it was smothered by darkness and woe, Guilliman realized that his flame endured. There's hope still, he told himself, turning back to the window and placing one armored palm against it. He stared out at the work gangs, laboring to repair the damage of war, and the Ultramarines stood proud and determined upon the ramparts. They had been born into this dark millennium, and had known nothing but the hardship, suffering and despair of unending conflict. Yet they still struggled on unbowed, despite the countless enemies that raged against them. Guilliman had seen a better age, one of hope and triumph. What right had he, a superhuman son of the Emperor himself, to show any less strength and courage than his followers born into darkness? Guilliman had seen what humanity could achieve. Moreover, he knew what fruits Kor's labours had borne beneath the surface of Mars. He believed that a better future for the Imperium was still possible, but only if those who tormented mankind were first defeated. All this misery, said Guilliman, all of this suffering and pain, it is not the doing of humanity, but those who have betrayed us. Too long have the pawns of chaos dictated our species' fate. That must end. Guilliman felt new strength fill him, inspired by it. The Primarch took his pain, and his desolation, his depression, and locked them away deep within his mind. But his rage he kept. That he would have use for. Hate could keep you alive longer than anything else. Later there would be a time to mourn, to reason, to accept, to plan anew. Now was the time to fight. To make his father's enemies pay for every horror they had inflicted upon the Imperium. A psychic scream wailed out across the Immaterium. A roar from the gods of chaos themselves, echoing as they were enraged at the return of one of the anathema's sons. Theoretical, I must talk with my father. Practical, I must go to Terra. In their thousands, pilgrims, Imperial Guard, Ecclesiarchy, Astartes and even Inquisition came to Macragge, coming to witness themselves and to verify the return of the God Emperor's son. In a victory parade not seen since the Great Crusade itself, Guilliman let the crowds witness a procession of a returned Primarch. The Ultramarines marched with pride. The pictograms would be shared throughout the galaxy. The Grand Triumph held the banners of dozens of chapters, millions of guard, and a son of the Emperor. Guilliman put on a brave face. They could not see his weakness. How his heart ached with a sorrow so profound he almost couldn't bear it. But they needed to see him strong. They needed to believe the lie. With the roar of the crowd at its height, the Archconsul of Macragge placed a golden laurel upon Guilliman's brow. A welling of future glory swam in his mind. A galaxy to conquer and reforge in his image. Entire subsectors would venerate and scream his name. He could be the very demigod they cried out for in their prayers, and when chaos was pushed back and defeated, he would ascend the golden throne himself, as was his right. The last thought stood out to Guilliman, as if finally there had been a wrong footing. He wrenched the wreath from his head violently. He ordered the Archconsul to be restrained. The thing that had paraded as the man melted with the touch of the Grey Knight Grandmaster Voldus. An amulet hung around the creature's neck, and emanating from it came a voice Guilliman recognized instantly. Fulgrim's voice scraped in his mind. The demon Primarch welcomed his brother back to the universe. These feelings of triumph were only one of the many temptations he had in store for his beloved brother. The thick rope scar on Guilliman's neck always itched, but now it burned. Fulgrim's words would plague him for the years to come, questioning if any feeling of glory was his, or an influence of chaos. Guilliman drove the Emperor's sword through the creature and the amulet, and silenced them forever. The victory parade concluded, but the realm of Ultramar was still in danger. Anger at the Primarch's resurrection had birthed foul plagues across the realm. Splinters of Chaos forces still harassed worlds. Ultramar had to be secure before the journey to Terra. The delegation had marched the parade grounds of the enormous city of Macrag's capital, were forged into a war host. So much had changed for Roboute, even down to the most minimal level. Macrag still held the street names and titles he had known, despite how much the buildings and structures had changed. Even low Gothic, in this grimdark future, had evolved. It was another reminder of unfamiliarity. This was a future of only war. The Imperium understood this, and now he had to get with the program. The Library of Ptolemy, the greatest repository of knowledge in the Ultima Segmentum, was closed. A shock even to the Ultramarines, but a necessary declaration. The time for learning and understanding would come, but now was a time for only war. From Macrag, the Armada launched, clearing out the residual forces of chaos, as once again the 500 worlds were brought under one banner. For even that glorious bastion had devolved over the millennia, but the roll of victories would slow, as disease, a weeping plague, victims in their thousands, coughing and spluttering, bleeding from their eyes. At Talasar, Guilliman himself came to their aid. For despite all medical efforts, the only cure seemed to be the very presence of the Primarch. Miracles were declared by the ecclesiarchal priests, still a thought that disgusted Guilliman. But the people were suffering, and he felt for them. Always, even in the 30th millennium, Guilliman knew the Great Crusade had been bought by the blood of thousands of Astartes, but billions of mortal men. His compassion for their sacrifice was an understanding he knew deeply, and one to his dismay not often shared by his brothers. For weeks, Guilliman darted across the subsector, only for the disease to return in his absence. Grandmaster Voldus risked his wrath, one that had been lying below the surface since his resurrection. Voldus pushed him to accept the truth that he already knew. This disease, this plague, it was a ploy of Nurgle to keep Guilliman here, away from Terra. His compassion was being used against him. Guilliman swallowed the truth. He made the hard decision, as he has been forced to do countless times. He left the task and Ultramar to the Space Marines, giving overall command to Manius Calgar. Before a great conclave, Roboute Guilliman declared a crusade, a great host with the destination of Terra. Imperial Navy, Mechanicus, forces from dozens of chapters, members from the Celestine Crusade such as Inquisitor Greyfax, Saint Celestine, Grand Master Voldus of the Grey Knights, Marius Almerich of the Black Templars, and with a contingent of Victrix Guard led by Cato Sicarius. Not since Lord Solar Macarius had such an imperial might gathered. Not since Cadia had fallen, and the Cicatrix Maledictum cut the galaxy in two. The Terran Crusade launched, making small jumps through the growing warp storms. Guilliman had tried to save Ultramar, but he needed to save his father's empire. What would he say? Had he even dared to think what state he would find him in? Was he even alive? Already once he had failed. He had been too late, the closing of the heresy, when Horus had died, and the Emperor had been interned upon the Golden Throne. He would not be delayed again. Into the Maelstrom, the warp storm that stained the edges of the Ultramarian Segmentum, the Terran Crusade found its first conflict. An enormous Chaos fleet had arrayed before them, bearing the marks of the 1,000 Suns. His brother, Magnus the Red, had come to toy with his brother personally. A ritual of immense power threw the Terran Crusade into the heart of the Maelstrom. The fleet desperately made short jumps, as to not risk the violent tides of the warp. Yet still each time, members of the fleet went missing, suffering a fate worse than death. Escape seemed impossible, as they now swam deep in Corsair space. The Red Corsairs, the warband of the infamous Huron Blackheart, began ambush after ambush, Guilliman kept repelling them all until the fleet found itself trapped, surrounded by a cordon of broken ships chained together. The Red Corsairs launched a bombardment operation in the Macragge's honour and moved towards the bridge, accompanied by demons of Tzeentch and Kairos Fateweaver himself. Guilliman and the greater demon Fateweaver began to duel one another. The Lord of Change revealed that he'd been implanting subtle doubt into the mind of Guilliman ever since they entered the Maelstrom, and now used that doubt as a ritualistic catalyst to finish him. Guilliman was forced to his knees by the negative emotions and became trapped in psychic crystal chains. The Fateweaver ordered the Imperials to surrender themselves, lest he execute their Primarch. Faced with no other option, the Imperials surrendered and were taken captive. Those that refused were forcibly taken or killed. Defeat had come. He was going to die in some twisted ritual, or be tortured endlessly. Once again Guilliman felt grief and then anger. Again he had failed. What further rot would his father's kingdom descend into when he was gone? Before the circling carrion feeders of chaos plucked it apart, piece by piece before its destruction. Thousands, perhaps millions had already died to get him, Roboute Guilliman, this far, only to waste their sacrifice. In the midnight black walls of their prison, there was no comfort. The Terran Crusade had been moved to Blackheart's Blackstone fortress. This ancient bastion was to be their doom, until Guilliman felt the walls begin to shake, and the sounds of battle rising in the distance. The guards at their doors were cut down in silence. Two figures stepped forward. One, a space marine clad in the armor of the Crusade-era Dark Angels. A man who simply said he goes by cipher. He would free Guilliman if he agreed to give him an audience with the Emperor. What choice did he have? Salandri Veilwalker, and Eldar, a harlequin of the laughing god Kegarak, sent by a name he recognized, Eldrad Ulthran. A force of dark angels and harlequins broke upon the other cells as Guilliman launched forward to free the others. The sound of distant battle their cover. Inquisitor Greyfax, Saint Celestine, Grand Master Voldus, Marius Almerich, Cato Sicarius, thousands of Astartes and Imperial Guard. All were broken out of their cells one by one as the Imperials grew into an armada. Liberating their captured weapons and vehicles, they made their way towards the heart of the Blackstone Fortress, towards the Webway Portal. The forces of Tzeentch and their dizzying twisted hordes clashed into scarlet red. The blood-frothing tides of Khorne. The capture and seemingly still living Primarch had angered the Blood God, and his avatars had arrived to sweep aside their rivals. But both turned to face the Emperor's sword-wielding Primarch. Platforms the size of parade grounds held host to a clash so violent it melted mortal senses. Skarbrand, Demon Prince of Khorne, bounded forth. Guilliman turned to see something else emerging. Space Marines wreathed in flame and charred bone. They scorched their way into the demonic horde, seeming to be ghosts of some vengeful dead. But Guilliman had no time to question it. Marius Almerich and his Black Templars paused, and then threw themselves at the bloodthirsty Skarbrand. A moment Guilliman used, barking orders as the Imperial column raced towards the Webway portal, honouring the Templar's sacrifice. Covered in blood, but with Almerach's blade still in his heart, Skarbrand broke through. Demonic axe met the Emperor's sword, as sparks and flame flew in the area of death. Guilliman felt the rage building within, pulsating. Such was the effect of the demon's presence, and there was so much anger to draw from, but Guilliman swallowed it, placing walls against his fury and bloodlust. Cato Sicarius and Saint Celestine begged Guilliman to follow, as at the Webway gates, the Terran Crusade had almost fully passed through. Guilliman turned, unleashing a full clip from the Hand of Dominion, and blasting Skarbrand's skull apart. He leapt the chasm, treading over the glorious dead who had bought this chance to escape. And then Guilliman entered the webway, the sound of battle ceasing. The webway, the labyrinth dimension between the warp and real space, a place as ancient as it was strange. Guided by the Harlequins, the Terran Crusade began to move. Salandri Veilwalker approached Guilliman and Belisarius Call, telling them of the treacherous road to the Terran Warp Gate, below the Imperial Palace. The path had been scouted ahead, but a great enemy was amassing. Marines clad in gold and blue, reeking of the corruption of Tzeentch, and they were on their way. Guilliman's mind raced. The month since the Crusade had started, the maneuvers of his twisted brother Magnus to force them into the maelstrom. Despite all they had gone through, it was almost too easy. Guilliman knew of Magnus's sin, his folly in breaking the webway wards upon Terra. The demon Primarch knew the way, but not how to get in, unless he followed them. The Golden Throne itself would be in danger. That was the plan. Salandri Veilwalker revealed to Guilliman a secret. Another path that could break the line of fate Magnus was forcing them to walk. A webway portal upon Luna, Terra's moon. But once they arrived, they would be on their own. Until Imperial reinforcements could arrive, they would be vulnerable. Guilliman made his choice. His only choice. He became the symbol, the one the traumatized Imperials needed. By the front, he ordered the great host forward. Terra was within reach. For days, weeks they marched through this strange land, all too aware of the enemy force closing in. The prayers and exaltation of the God Emperor raised their spirit high. Guilliman let them have that. He had not made a decision of what to do when confronted by the faith the Emperor himself disavowed. They were close. Guilliman could feel it. Streams of blue blazing bolt fire came arching in. Days of near relentless marching, and finally the 1,000 suns were upon them. Imperial arms returned fire as Volders and the Grey Knights charged, bursting the dust automatons of the Rubric Marines apart. This ambush began to slowly surround and push in, but Guilliman refused to be slowed. The Terran Crusade paid little heed to their defense and smashed out of the envelopment. The diving strikes of St. Celestine were creating a breach as they pushed on to the gate. Guilliman took a step out onto the grey dust as he enacted sealing protocols in his armour of fate. In the void of space, the Terran Crusade marched up a slope, surrounding the craters of the webway. Guilliman looked up, seeing amongst the speckle of stars, Terra for the first time in 10,000 years. His father was there. The gate behind exploded in fire. Columns of the 1,000 suns burst through. Astartes of many chapters fell in the strike. Even a dread knight collapsed. Mounting the lip edge, the Imperials returned fire. Time. They needed to buy time. The readings coming from this location would no doubt raise every Imperial alarm possible. Flying discs, Zangors, Rubrics, and vile sorcerers streamed up as a defensive line of land raiders. Tanks, Skitarii and Astartes returned a mass volume of fire. Cypher cleaved Rubrics in two. Greyfax slammed silver spikes through their eye lenses. St. Celestine dove through the lines as Belisarius Call atomized them. They were holding until the webway gate began to pulse. Guilliman felt a wave of dread as a monster stepped through. Magnus the Red, the demon Primarch. The tide changed in an instant. Words of hateful power shielded the 1,000 suns. Magnus eviscerated tanks and Astartes as demons swarmed around him. Guilliman would not let him kill his men. The Primarch charged, pounding across the distance and leapt. The Emperor's sword slammed onto Magnus's glaive with a bone-rippling clang. The two Primarchs tumbled away from the heat of the battle. Guilliman stood, screaming for his brother to face him. He knew that monster could hear him, even in the void of space. A laughing voice grew. as he finally regarded in detail the growing form of the approaching Magnus. When Guilliman had awoken, he had desperately wanted to speak to a brother, but not like this. Magnus taunted him, commenting on how ignorant he was and always had been. If only Guilliman could see the power he wielded now. If only Guilliman could see through the Emperor and his lies. They both looked to the sky. Terran forces would come, but it would be a shame Guilliman wouldn't be alive to see them. Magnus moved, faster than Guilliman believed. The demon Primarch dwarfed him, and in that eye Guilliman saw a glimpse of the man he'd once respected. The grief slipped just as quickly as they clashed blades again. Guilliman rocketed the hand of Dominion across Magnus's face. Guilliman was still a Primarch. Always Magnus's arrogance had made him underestimate opponents. Psychic fire came back in vengeance. Guilliman screamed in pain as his armor cooked him within. The warning signs were blasting in his helmet. Magnus launched at him again, throwing him into a pile of ancient wreckage, burying his brother deep. It felt like falling for a split second. With wounds pouring and bones broken, the depths of sorrow eclipsed him. Guilliman thought. He wanted again, ever so briefly, to give up. But again he thought to his people, how even in this grim dark future, his sons and his people still fought for a better future. How could he give in when they had given so much? Guilliman roared. His vocal cords became hot as he scrambled heedlessly out of his tomb. He stood at the top and looked hatefully at Magnus, the Emperor's sword flaring in response as the demon Primarch met his gaze, raising one eyebrow. The clash was going to begin again, but then the sky began to glow. Arcs of flame and artillery began to rocket into the Thousand Suns. The Imperials had arrived. The desperate survivors rallied as teleportation flares opened up around them. Clad in golden auramite, the Adeptus Custodes joined the fray. Voldus, Celestine, Greyfax and Khorne joined the surging Imperials. As the yellow drop pods of the Imperial Fist slammed into the enemy, ships reaped lines of explosives as molten arcs of rubric armor were sent flying. From the skies a ship door opened, as Guilliman saw the blanks of the Sisters of Silence land next to him. Guilliman smiled. The odds had been very much evened. Guilliman rallied as he and the Sisters charged, Magnus's foul magic evaporating before the psychic blanks of that ancient sisterhood. The Emperor's sword again clanked against glaive. The blades moved at such speed, mortal men couldn't follow. Guilliman felt every swing vibrate his bones as he threw everything he had at the titan-sized monster. Cuts bled from Magnus's heels as the Sisters wore him down. He killed several for their transgression, but still the demon was pushed back. Guilliman poured everything he had at his once brother, all the way to the webway gate itself. He kept pushing, seeing the Harlequins at its edges, the sound of battle behind him dying away. Magnus staggered, resorting to tossing the battlefield corpses at Guilliman. Guilliman kept pressing, and with one last effort, he rammed the Emperor's sword into Magnus's gut. The demon Primarch's flesh sizzled as he screamed. At last, Guilliman finished it, kicking his brother back through the gate. Siege could have him. Guilliman fell to his knees. Hearing the last of the enemy being cleared up, he made for the lip's edge. He was wounded, and his armor was nearly broken. He voxed to every Imperial force to rally to him, to meet the retreating Thousand Suns army heading straight for the gate, straight to him. For the last three Sisters of Silence, Guilliman charged one last time. He slammed into the lines as the Imperials in unison descended upon the last of their enemy. The dust settled, and finally Guilliman let his body begin to heal, but exhaustion flooded him. An enormous golden ship landed, descending to meet the leaders of the Terran Crusade. A procession of Custodes marched forth, Bringing Guilliman and his companions in, the guardians of the Emperor bowed, telling him they would take him to the Imperial Palace. They would take him to his father. He was in the dust of a corpse king's court. He was before a resplendent emperor for all the ages.
Father,
He said, and when he said that word, it was the last time he had meant it.
Father, I have returned.
Guilliman forced himself to look up into the pillar of light, the screaming of souls, the empty-eyed skull, the impassive god, the old man, yesterday's savior.
What must I do? Help me, Father. Help me save them.
He looked at the Emperor of mankind and could not see. Too much, too bright, too powerful. The unreality of the being before him stunned him to the core. 100 different impressions, all false, all true, raced through his mind. He could not remember what his father had looked like before, and Roboute Guilliman forgot nothing. And then, that thing, that terrible, awful thing upon the throne saw him.
My son. 13. Lord of Ultramar. Savior. Hope. Failure. Disappointment. Liar. Thief. Betrayer. Guilliman.
He heard all of these at once. He did not hear them at all. The Emperor spoke and did not speak. The very idea of words seemed ridiculous. The concept of them, a grievous harm against the equilibrium of time and being.
Roboute Guilliman.
The raging tempest spoke his name, and it was as the violence of a dying sun, raining upon its worlds.
Guilliman. Guilliman. Guilliman.
The name echoed down the wind of eternity, never ceasing, never reaching its intended point. The sensation of many minds reaching out to Guilliman. Violating his senses, they tried to commune, but then one mind seemed to come from the many, a raw, unbounded power, and gave wordless commands to go out and save what they built together, to destroy what they made, to save his brothers, to kill them. Contradictory impulses, all impossible to disobey, all the same, all different. Futures many and terrible raced through his mind, the results of all these things. He should do any, all or none of them.
Father!
He cried. Thoughts battered him.
A son. Not a son. A thing. A name. Not a name. A number. A tool. A product.
A grand plan in ruins, an ambition unrealized. Information, too much information. Coerced through Guilliman. Stars and galaxies, entire universes, races older than time. Things too terrible to be real. Eroding his being like a storm, in full spate, carving knife-edge gullies into Badlands.
Please, Father!
He begged.
Father. Not a father. Thing. 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 Apotheosis. Victory. Defeat. Choose. Fate. Future. Past.
And then, there seemed to be a focusing, as of a great will exerting itself, not for the final time, but nearly for the final time. A sense of strength failing, a sense of ending, far away. He heard arcane machines whine and screech, close to collapse, and the clamour of screams of dying psychers had underpinned everything in that horrific room, rising higher in pitch and intensity. The voices overlaid, overlapped, became almost one, and Guilliman had a fleeting memory of a sad face that had seen too much, and a burden it could barely countenance.
Guilliman. Hear me. My last loyal son. My pride. My greatest triumph.
How those words burned him. They were not a lie, not entirely. It was worse than that. They were conditional.
My last tool. My last hope.
A final drawing in of power. A thought expelled like a dying breath.
Guilliman.
10,000 years have passed since the Primarch Horus turned to chaos and betrayed his father, the Emperor of mankind, plunging the galaxy into ruinous civil war. For 100 centuries, the Imperium has endured Xenos invasion, internal dissent, and the perfidious attention of the dark gods of the war. The Emperor sits immobile on the golden throne of Terra, a psychic bastion against infernal powers. It is his will alone that lights the Astronomicon, binding together the Imperium. Yet not one word has he uttered in all that time. Without his guidance, mankind has strayed far from the path of enlightenment. The bright ideals of the Age of Wonder have withered and died. To be alive in this time is a terrible fate, where an existence of grinding servitude is the best that can be hoped for, and a quick death is seen as the kindest mercy. As the Imperium continues its inevitable decline, Abaddon, last true son of the Primarch Horus, and now the War Master in his stead, has reached the climax of a plan millennia in the making, tearing reality open across the width of the galaxy, and unleashing forces unheard of. At last, it seems, after centuries of valiant struggle, mankind's doom is at hand. Into this darkness, a pale shaft of light penetrates. The Primarch Roboute Guilliman has been awakened from deathly slumber by alien sorcery and arcane science. Returning to Terra, he has resolved to set right this dire imbalance, to defeat chaos once and for all, and to restart the Emperor's grand plan for humanity. But first, the Imperium must be saved. The galaxy is split in twain. On one side, Imperium Sanctus, beleaguered but defiant. On the other, Imperium Nihilus, thought lost to the night. A mighty crusade has been called to take back the Imperium and restore its glory. All mankind stands ready for the greatest conflict of the age. Failure means extinction, and the path to victory leads only to war. This is the era Indomitus. It had felt like standing before the core of a sun, so bright it hurt even his eyes. It felt like only moments had passed, yet the expectant victors of the Terran Crusade had waited days outside the golden doors of the palace. The ramparts and streets were filled with millions. From the serfs, pilgrims and citizens huddled in the mass of pollutants and incense. The aristocracy and high lords in their towers, all waiting until finally the door opened. Roboute Guilliman's memory was perfect, but it failed when he tried to remember every detail of what had occurred. He looked up. He was resolute. The Emperor's last hope. He would save this Imperium. Theoretical. The Imperium is in danger, half cut off by the warp. Practical. The Imperium must be stabilized. Guilliman assembled the High Lords of Terra. Cadia had fallen. The Cicatrix Maledictum had cut the galaxy in two. Not since Horus's forces had been there at the very gates of Terra had the Imperium been in such a precarious state, and he would be taking charge as Lord Commander of the Imperium once again, a title he had not held since his father's wounding and the Codex Astartes was fresh. Guilliman sat beside his men, accompanied by custodians, Astartes, and even High Lords. In orbit towards the facilities of Belisarius Call, this conclave was gathering. Call had delivered on his promise, one made 10,000 years before, to bring him back to life should he fall, and now came the second part of that deal, one that filled Guilliman with equal excitement and caution. Even now he wasn't sure if he could fully trust the Magos, but what choice did he have? Guilliman sat down in the packed amphitheater-like hold, knowing Call, this would be dramatic. For those of you who do not know me, I am Archmagos Belisarius Call, the Magos spoke. 10,000 years ago, the very Primarch who stands with you today entrusted me with a great and difficult task, the improvement of the work of the Omnissiah himself. A murmur passed around the crowd. Loudest amongst those knots of people were ones with technical knowledge or an understanding of the Martian cult. You have passed through this ship of mine and seen some of my work. Improvements to weaponry, armor and attack vehicles, salvaged ancient knowledge, and entirely new designs. The scale of what I have achieved in these armaments and war gear exceeds the wildest dreams of my colleagues, but it is the lesser part of the work. These warriors you see here before you are the crowning achievement of my project. You bear witness to a new founding, a new kind of warrior, the Primaris Space Marine. He chuckled, a most incongruous sound. Do not think me a heretic for my presumption, for the Lord Guilliman commissioned me to undertake this task. Even I do not have the temerity to tinker with the Omnissiah's work without permission. It was the Lord Guilliman that gave me access to what few records and materials attaining to the Space Marine's creation survived the Great Heresy War, including the remnants left from his original Primarch project. May the machine god ever guide and watch over his incarnate component. In a few moments, you will see that although my labors were millennia long, understanding even the work of the Emperor himself was not beyond my genius. And I have exceeded the Primarch's demands in every way. He clicked his metallic fingers. Warriors in the square divided immediately into squads and began marching around. Some donned in grey power armor, whilst others coloured in the livery of the founding Legion chapters. A host of thousands, a stronger, faster and more durable warrior to bring the war back to the enemies of the Imperium. Guilliman was impressed. Since his awakening, all had been backslide and decay, but this was new. This was hope. With this force, he could re-establish stability to the Imperium, even on the dark side of the rift, and also quell any thoughts of rebellion. For he knew those mortal men and families would not be so easily willing to give up their power. Their corruption was of a different kind, one even harder to fight. Human greed. But on this momentous occasion, news came from Terra. The throne world was under attack. 8 bloodthirsters of Khorne, followed by 88 demonic cohorts, were attacking. Summoned through hidden cultists hiding in the Terran slums, the raging forces of Khorne slammed against the Imperial Palace itself. only to be countercharged by the Emperor's own custodies. 4,000 of the Golden Sons, led by Trajan Valoris, aided by the Sisters of Silence and Grey Knights. They repelled it, as Guilliman led his Primaris host to their first battle, attacking the demonic lines from the rear. Terra had been cleansed, though 2,000 of the Emperor's finest lay dead, the greatest portion filled with the veterans of that ancient Horus heresy. The threat Terra had faced was a stark reminder of the position the Imperium was in. Theoretical, the great enemy is isolating and crippling sectors. Practical, the Imperium must be relieved and reinforced. Before the skies of Holy Terra, the resources began to pool. An armada the size of a Great Crusade fleet amassed. Roboute declared himself not just the Lord Commander, but the Lord Regent of Terra. He had to be more than just a general, if the Imperium was to survive. He knew the declaration would be taken poorly by the High Lords and nobles, who now saw the threat of Guilliman to their power almost greater than the arch-enemy. How the Emperor would weep to see his Imperium now, Guilliman thought. After a few short years, it all began. The Indomitus Crusade, a grand host filled with custodies, Inquisition, Ecclesiarchy, and the Primaris Marines launched, setting out to reclaim the stars. Across thousands of worlds, the desperate defenders of the Imperium looked to the skies, their prayers to the God Emperor answered, as an enormous fleet, led by a son of the Emperor, pushed back the tides of chaos and Xenos, led by a new generation of his angels of death. Of the many tens of thousands of Primaris Marines created by Belisarius' call, only half initially formed into new chapters. The rest had been gathered into great armies, each of one gene line. They wore the livery of their founding Primarchs, their badges crossed with the pale grey chevrons, and within their gene groupings, they were then further organized into chapter-size formations. There the agreement with the Codex Astartes ended. The Primaris formations designated the unnumbered sons of the Primarchs, and over the years given themselves the name Grey Shields. They were the new sons of old science, and they had no fraternity but their own. Guilliman deployed his new weapons in every way imaginable. The Primaris Space Marines fought like legions of old, in huge formations of one type. But as time wore on, they also fought in mixed groups of every size, from strike teams of 5 to up to double chapter strength. They knew the strengths of their gene cousins, and their preferences. Brotherhood crossed the lines of Primarch and Gene Seed, just as Guilliman intended. Never before did he ever have the power to wield the Astartes in such a way, and Guilliman relished in it. As the first phase of the Indomitus Crusade progressed, the unnumbered sons dwindled. All across the many fronts of the war, Guilliman took the Primaris Marines from their companies and their squads, assigning them to the various understrength Space Marine chapters encountered across Imperium Sanctus. Whole companies hived off, sometimes only a handful, all at his command, where Guilliman assessed the need be. Even at times, Guilliman used them to create whole new chapters. Warrior by warrior, the unnumbered sons were scattered across the galaxy, taking with them the secrets of their creation to their new homes. Unremembered sons of Guilliman became Aurora Marines or Doom Eagles. Unnumbered sons of Dawn joined the Black Templars or Imperial Fists. Unnumbered sons of Corax became Raven Guard or Raptors. It was a decade of renewal, a time for hope, one that gave Guilliman no rest. Worlds were liberated, cleansed and repopulated where the Crusade ventured, even upon a world that brought Guilliman great shame, an Earth-sized dust bowl that over 10,000 years before had been known by Monarchia. Guilliman breathed its air, felt its sun on his face. The last time he had stood here, he had raised his brother Lorgar's so-called perfect city, punished for the crime of worshipping the Emperor. How times change. Now every servant under his command prayed to that very being. Here it had started. The moment Lorgar had been crushed, fleeing to find new gods to worship in its wake. Guilliman only did what his father had ordered him to do, yet he still felt guilt. Even when his brother had struck him across the face, it felt like atonement. What came next was a war that broke the Imperium. Their father, and if he was honest, him too. Now they danced the game of thirsting gods. But Guilliman would not let him be enslaved. Not to them, not even to his father. Guilliman raised his hand. This armor, the armor of fate. His life support built by Khal, and powered by Yvraine and the Yanari. Was he a slave to this too? He hated how it chafed on his scar left by Fulgrim. Hated how he couldn't quite fully close his hand. He was told by all of them that if he removed it he would die, but he would not be enslaved to anything. Upon a frozen waste, Guilliman descended alone, despite the protests of Cato Sicarius and his Victrix Guard. Striding to the ruins before him, he made his way towards a tower. One built in a time long before humanity was primordial soup. A lithe figure in black armor and a crescent-shaped helm floated cross-legged in midair. He was lit by a shaft of light that emanated from nowhere and orbited by an interweaving pattern of spinning runes. Guilliman breathed, his breath smoky in the cold air. He met with the one he had called, one of the most powerful beings at large in the galaxy. Greetings, Eldrad Uthran, Farseer of the Eldari, said Guilliman. He spoke in the tongue of Uthran's people of Ulthwé. The projection of the Farseer flickered slightly as the ancient Eldari welcomed him back. Guilliman's mind was incredible, able to focus on dozens of things at once, but never a master of one. And his imperfect Eldari tongue offended Eldrad as they switched to High Gothic. As much as Eldrad tried to keep it from his words, that ancient arrogance smothered everything he said. They were kindred spirits in a way, creatures out of time. Guilliman asked what he had come to say. He asked if he could remove the armor of fate. You wish to be free of the influence of my kind, Eldrad said, his voice fading with his body. You see the armor as a gaoler, holding you hostage to our whims. Know this. The fate of humanity and Eldari are bound together. Either both species will survive, or neither will. Your Emperor understands this. There are greater enemies than the Primordial Annihilator. In the times to come, you will see. The struggle is only beginning. The old war returns. Eldrad was an outline, a shadow. Remember this conversation, and reconsider carefully on the day your realization comes, whether you wish to stand alone. Yes, Guilliman could remove the armor of fate, but it would cost him in a way he may not be willing to endure. The Crusade continued. Imperium Sanctus they called the side still in reach of the Astronomican's light. But the true danger lay ahead, as after only a few short years, the Indomitus Crusade would attempt to cross the Great Rift. To the lone bastion of Vigilus, Guilliman braced as the fleet navigated the Nachman Gauntlet. The ships shook with such violence, these warped tides putting an immense strain on the navigators and psychers in his ranks. After months, the Crusade pushed through, with minimal casualties, but now alone to navigate without the Emperor's North Star. The fleet made its way towards a distress call, perhaps days or even years old. Baal, home of the Blood Angels, was under attack, and it called for aid. Guilliman stared at the picked feed screens and data slates. Hive Fleet Leviathan, the Tyranids, a foul Xenos he had not seen the like of in the Great Crusade, one whose scars still lay upon Macragge. The The swarms and tendrils of the great hive mind were already in the process of devouring Baal Primus and Secundus, a great host, a summoning of the chapters of blood, under a legend Dante, fought desperately to defend it. The combat records and deeds of this hero of the Imperium, a son of his brother's gene line, was extensive. 1,500 years. Guilliman had been born in another time, but Dante had lived many lives more than him. It was a comfort to know that such gems existed in this grim future, perhaps men who could understand him. Reeling from the shockwave of the birth of the Great Rift, the Indomitus Crusade fell upon the Tyranids. The skies began to clear as Guilliman landed within the devastation. With the Emperor's sword on his hip, he sat upon his command throne, organizing the cleanup as the hero was brought to him. Dante had seen the Primarch before, shut away in a stasis field in the fortress of Hera on Macragge, where he had sat a second from death for most of the Imperium's history. But here he was, alive and breathing. The Primarch's physical presence hit Dante hard. Guilliman was nobility writ large, a monument in flesh. He was overwhelming. Ignoring the hurt of his healing wounds, Dante fell to his knees with a clatter and dropped his head. "Can it really be true?" he whispered. "Is it really you? Do you live?" Guilliman stood and set his sword aside and came down the steps. "Get up, Dante," said Guilliman gently. "I will not accept displays of humility from a man like you. You are one of the few in this era who have earned the right to speak to me on equal terms. Rise now." Dante grunted with pain as he attempted to get to his feet. Guilliman grasped Dante's pauldrons and bodily hauled the chapter master up. "Forgive the indignity," Guilliman said. "I see that you are hurt." Dante nodded numbly as Guilliman continued. "Never kneel before me again. I will have you stand with me as a mark of respect. I will order you not to if I must. I would rather our relationship not function on those terms. I have no time for deference. There is much to do, though if your pains are great, you may of course sit," he said with a ghost of a smile. Dante looked up. "Is this the dream of a vision?" "Neither. I live," said Guilliman. "I have returned to save the Imperium. Forgive me, my lord," Dante said, stepping back to look at him in the eye. "I failed. I called all the chapters of the blood and lost them all to save Baal. The Arx Angelicum is in ruins. Thousands of Space Marines are dead, and Baal is devastated." "Forgive," said Guilliman questioningly. "There is nothing to forgive, Dante. You stopped them. When we arrived, the High Fleet was greatly depleted and easily destroyed. As we speak, the Indomitus Crusade is scouring the system of the last remnants of the Tyranids. You achieved what few others have, and destroyed a major High Fleet tendril. I would congratulate you, but there is nothing I can say that encompasses the scale of what you have achieved." Guilliman put a hand on Dante's shoulder. "You have saved Baal from the hive mind, and with it the greater part of this segmentum." At that, Dante wept freely. "I am sorry. I am sorry," he said. I almost lost everything. Please forgive me." "There is nothing to forgive," said Guilliman. But Dante did not hear it. Overwhelmed by his hurts and the luminous presence of a living Primarch, he collapsed to the ground. Baal was saved. The chapters of the blood were reinforced with Primaris stock. As Dante recovered, the ancient marine finally had the strength to meet with the Lord Regent. A data slate was always in his hand, Dante thought. Perhaps his greatest weapon. As at lightning pace the Indomitus Crusade began to reinforce and rebuild Baal Secundus. Guilliman was immensely tall to Dante, unblemished except for a ropey scar on his neck. The urge to kneel was overwhelming, but Dante had promised Guilliman he wouldn't. Guilliman looked to Dante. He asked him to remove his sanguineous death mask. Guilliman didn't voice how much he disliked the capture, for his true brother's expression was always joyous as he remembered. Guilliman looked upon a face that was ancient, something he had never thought possible for a space marine, not since Dantiok of the Iron Warriors. Dante looked as Guilliman felt, both set with eyes that had seen so much loss. He saw his brother's features upon that face, and again thought to how much he just wanted to speak to a brother. Guilliman told Dante that rearming and fighting was not enough. They had to rebuild the Imperium in a way that gave people a better life. For if one who already lives in hell, what reason would they have to deny it when the darkness comes? He told Dante he knew he was tired, just as he was tired, but he needed to ask an even greater burden. The situation on the dark side of the rift was not as bad as he had feared, but it needed guidance. He named Dante Lord Commander of Imperium Nihilus. The Indomitus Crusade prepared to leave, and a new administrative arm for the new hub upon Baal Secundus. The Crusade once again launched, securing as many worlds as it could, before preparing to return to Imperium Sanctus across the rift. For over a decade, Guilliman had led the Indomitus Crusade throughout the stars, but news came that would shift his attention. Ultramar was under attack. Plague and disease had begun to run rampant. Desperate picked fees confirmed a new player had entered into the material universe, an enemy Guilliman knew would eventually show his face. Primarch of the Death Guard, Demon Prince of the Plague Father Nurgle, Mortarion.
You seek a new militant apostolic for your crusade. The Adeptus Ministorum would appoint one itself if you allowed it, but you would prefer to recruit one of your own. I think you'd prefer one from the lower ranks of the priesthood, though I am surprised you have gone so low as mine. I am no stranger to war, which I am sure appeals to you. I am honest. I speak my mind, another quality you favor. I am well known aboard this ship, having ministered to its people during their captivity in the Maelstrom, and I have served faithfully in the Crusade since it was brought home.
You believe that this qualifies you?
No, but I think you might. The Emperor moves us on a crooked path, my lord, but he does move us. To give me this appointment as your holy mouthpiece is the only reason I can think of for you to call me here, unless I have offended you personally in some way, and you wish to punish me. Forgive me if I have, but I do not believe that is so. Nor do I think you have called me here to gather intelligence, for there is little I could tell you would not already know.
A mouthpiece?
Matthew nodded.
A tool in priestly garb. That is what the office of militant apostolic is. I have heard it said you do not hold the Emperor to be a god, or believe in your own divinity. You require someone to allay the fears this belief raises. Therefore, a mouthpiece. A priest to reassure the masses that you are not a terrible heretic.
Matthew smiled again. Guilliman made a noise in his throat.
I need free-willed men to serve me, not mouthpieces. But that aside, you are correct.
He plucked up a large sheet of illuminated vellum.
Your certification of office.
Matthew raised an eyebrow. His raised leg thumped to the floor, and he scratched the back of his head.
That's it? No ceremony?
Not today, no. I will, of course, formally invest you soon, but I need you to begin work now.
Matthew did not take the vellum.
This is a great honor.
It is. You do not take the certification.
I am not sure I am worthy. I must be capable before I accept. perhaps I should not accept.
Guilliman shrugged his mountainous shoulders.
You are wise to hesitate.
He put the sheet aside.
You have questions. Ask them. You are entitled to.
I was afraid questions would be unwelcome.
I make my methods and tempers well known. Am I such a stranger to my own people?
You are surrounded by legend, my lord.
Matthew looked about the room, craning his neck to take in the shelves.
What is it exactly that you are doing here, my lord?
Guilliman followed the priest's gaze around the high stacks.
Knowledge is power, and my own is lacking. I have a great deal to understand before I can rebuild the Imperium. To that end, I'm collecting as many histories of as many worlds as I can. I will use them to model the last 10 millennia so that I might study it, and from it make a true history, the likes of which has not been written for thousands of years. By doing so, I will understand what went wrong with the Emperor's plans, and with my plans, and be able to formulate a corrective.
You speak plainly.
Nothing is gained through obfuscation. Time is short. Why would I lie?
I see. I beg your pardon for my impertinence, my lord.
You are aware enough to recognize impertinence, yet you still proceed.
Interrupted Guilliman testily.
Ask me or do not. There can be no secrets between you and I if you are to serve me effectively.
My apologies.
The priest said smoothly. Freighter Matthew's peaceful face showed the barest sign of strain, but a tick under one eye betrayed his nerves. Guilliman noticed it, irritated with himself for putting the man on edge. He leaned back in his chair, adopting a remarkably human posture for one so inhuman. He folded his hands in his lap.
Let us start anew. It is I who should apologize. A man may hold a different point of view to another, but it is no excuse for ill manners. Once, I was more even-tempered. But now...
Guilliman trailed off, his eyes straying over the mounded remains of 10 millennia of history.
Things are not what they were. I am not who I was. I am pressed, on all sides. I let my temper get the better of me. It is late, and there is so much to do.
He shook his head and attempted to smile.
Please, priest, your impertinence. Voice it openly.
Freighter Matthew relaxed, a change in posture, imperceptible to a normal man, but clear to the Primarch. A flicker of a decision being made passed over his face. Again, the priest considered his next words carefully.
There is an element of hypocrisy to your activities, my lord. You ordered the doors to the library of Ptolemy on Macragge Bard, pronouncing the time of learning done. But here you devote yourself to the pursuit of history.
Guilliman made a reasonable face, conceding the point.
I stand by my actions. One day those doors will be unbarred. What I did there was symbolic. Who even in my own realm read and understood what the library contained? I sealed the doors not against the truth, but against the superstition that has taken truth's place.
Guilliman did not lie often, but he did then. There was one book in the library of Ptolemy that told a history he would rather no one read. He could not afford the shadow of the Imperium Secundus to hang over his latest ventures.
All eyes must be on the future. One version of the past is in that library. Another is in the heads of men. The closing of the door was symbolic but powerful. It seals both versions of the future away for now. I prepare, Matthew. When this crisis is past, perhaps something of my father's dream might be reborn, though we have a long way to climb. If we are lucky, when I reopen the doors to the Library of Ptolemy, those who enter within might finally understand what they read. I will be honest with you. I will make you privy to matters I do not readily share, so listen. I see that in the period following the Great Heresy War, I was too focused upon the reformation of the legions, trusting to the council my father created to govern wisely. My optimism was misguided. This terrible future I find myself in is as much my fault as anyone else's. Now I have concluded my revisions of the Codex Astartes, I have begun work upon a new book. This book I shall call the Codex Imperialis. In it, I shall set down the principles of good governance long denied our species. Compiling an accurate history is only the start of the process.
You do this while conducting this war.
I have few of the powers your priesthood ascribes to me, Matthew, but I do have some abilities. I was made to accomplish many goals at once.
Truly the Emperor was wise in creating one such as you.
The unwelcome signs of awe stole across the priest's face.
Not as wise as you think. I was one of 20. 2 failed. Half the rest turned on my father. The Emperor is not infallible, nor am I.
The blasphemy was intended to provoke the priest. A cheap tactic. Matthew was thankfully unmoved.
20.
The priest arched an eyebrow.
Yes.
Not 18. 9 holy Primarchs. 9 fallen devils. That is what the scriptures say.
No. 20. Your church is ignorant of many things.
As most people weren't aware that Horus and his followers had been loyal once, that his 2 failed siblings were not known in this 41st millennium was hardly surprising. More information deliberately hidden. More myths.
I see.
Matthew looked thoughtful, stowing away the information for later. He smiled serenely.
But in your holiness, you did not turn.
I am not holy. Worship the Emperor if you must, but I am not deserving of your praise, nor will I accept it.
I have heard some of your beliefs. When first awoken, you insisted upon something called the Imperial Truth.
Guilliman looked away, irritated, reminded of old lies. He had been so rash, to so stringently voice his objections to the ecclesiarchy in those early days after his awakening. It had taken him time to recover the full measure of his wits, and he had been alarmed by what he found. His feelings on the Imperial Truth remained conflicted. He had not forgiven the Emperor for hiding the true nature of the warp from them all. He did not know if he ever could. That one great lie undermined everything else the Emperor had done. If he had not lied, then history might have been very different. Theoretical, thought Guilliman, slipping into Macraggian dialect. What if he were lying about more than the gods of the war? Once, he would have never entertained such thoughts. This living hell had challenged everything he had once believed. There was a great change coming to humanity, for which Guilliman was ill prepared, because of the Emperor's lies. There were other threats abroad now, more players from distant aeons, whose presence competed with chaos in their danger to mankind. Had the Emperor known about them too? What had he seen behind the gate?
A modified version of it, yes. Reason still has a place amid all this madness.
Some may disagree with that,
said Matthew amicably. His eyes glinted shrewdly.
As I understand it, my lord, this truth denies not only your divinity, but that of your father.
The Emperor denied his own divinity,
said Guilliman flatly. The priest shrugged. Guilliman had seen the look on the priest's face too many times on other holy men. It was the look of the blindly faithful. If the Emperor himself stood up, thought Guilliman, came down off his golden throne and proclaimed, "I am not a god," then they would burn him as a heretic. Matthew exhibited few signs of fanaticism, but the Primarch would give it time. The more serene the priest on the outside, the deeper his faith was on the inside. And the deeper the faith, the hotter the fires of his righteousness. It was a risk, but there was a balance of humours Guilliman required. His militant apostolic needed some of that zeal. Be careful there is not too much fire, Roboute, he chided himself, or you will be burned. Militant apostolic Matthew, a good choice, a true believer, a skilled combatant, and void of the usual corruption of the ecclesiarchal priests, a man of the people, who would act as his voice. But yet it was clear between the two of them, Guilliman's discomfort with the state religion. It was something to appease rather than abolish. Perhaps in time they would burn Guilliman too for his beliefs, Emperor's son or not. But yet it still left a lingering question in his mind. Theoretical. Is the Emperor a god? Later, Guilliman left to his quarters, the McCragg's honour, his command ship, only a decade before seized by the Red Corsairs. Even after all that occurred in the race to Terra and its capture and recapture, even for over 10,000 years, Guilliman's private quarters have remained untouched. Materials had rotten from the passage of time, but it was just how he had left it. The day he went to fight Fulgrim and died. It was some measure of comfort. He never had long to sleep, for such was the demands of the Imperium. But here he felt sanctum. He strode out, summoning to meet someone he was expecting. He walked past corridors and rooms, filled with incense and the smell of sweat. The training halls filled with ultramarines in numerous chapters. He passed canteens and halls filled with the bustle of music, some with the barking of orders of the great Imperial machine. He took off his outer robe, letting a poor servant catch it, the man almost drowning in cloth. He was armoured in the armour of fate, and went out to meet one of his own lineage. He had many new sons, some he had nurtured personally, such as his equerry Captain Felix, but now he would meet one of the old stock, a firstborn as they were now called, kneeling before him in ultramarine blue, his pauldron's green, marking 4th Company, knelt Captain Uriel Ventress. I have spoken with my brothers about you, Ventress said. Listened to everything they had to report. Not a word of it does justice to you actually being here. I have wished with all my being to stand in your living presence, but I did not expect this. I expected to feel something. To see a Primarch is something from a tale, I thought, but this is no fiction, and I am confounded. You may stand, Guilliman said, but Lord, I cannot stand. Ventress looked up at Guilliman, his battle-worn face made young by wonder. Then I command you to stand, said Guilliman. Ventress's reaction touched and irritated him equally. Look upon me as a father, not as a lord. You are of my line and a son to me. As you command. Uriel Ventress stood slowly, his armor's motive systems growling loudly, as if they were awestruck too. The captain searched the face of his gene father. Guilliman looked down on him. For all the captain's meek reaction, the Primarch could sense the defiance in him, the rage, the desire to serve, a temperament he knew well. Ventress had been away at the time of his resurrection, but he had come from McCragg, under the orders of Calgar to deliver news personally. Mortarion had been spotted. The forces of Nurgle were leading a full-scale attack upon Ultramar. The dead were rising and drowning entire worlds. Even forces of the Herald Typhus, and a demonic host led by so-called Kugath Plaguefather had begun to ravage the edges of Ultramarian space. It was especially clear that Mortarion, curse his foul name, was trying to draw Guilliman out. Guilliman had been careful, not to be seen as giving too much deference for his home of Ultramar, but now he felt the sting of regret for decisions that haunted this future. I should have never set the 500 free, he said. "My lord," said Ventress. "I should not have done it," repeated Guilliman. "I thought I was doing the right thing. I thought I was following the Emperor's wishes, letting men rule the affairs of men." He gave a rueful smile. "After I implemented the Codex Astartes and split the Legion, I thought it impossible for a force of 1,000 battle brothers to effectively govern such a large realm and perform their primary duty as guardians of the Imperium. My Legion was gone, and I did not want the chapter that continued their traditions to become insular. They would have been distracted, perhaps never left Ultramar, had they 500 worlds to govern." "Maybe," said Ventress. "Perhaps we could have managed it, my lord. I think your decision was wise." "Was it wise?" said Guilliman. The Primarch turned to his son. "You are so many generations removed from the original founding. You remain true to the Imperium. The dedication of the Ultramarines is a testament to the spirit of Ultramar and the will of the Emperor. It would have been better had more worlds been in your keeping. You must understand why I did what I did. I watched half my brothers fall to chaos, and became determined that no one would ever hold the power of a legion again. I became obsessed with the potential misuse of a few 100,000 space marines, and in doing so I forgot about the petty self-interest of lesser men. This is I, whose preoccupation was to hurry the Great Crusade to an end so that I could get on with the business of peace." He laughed at himself. "Perhaps I would have failed, even if I had lived longer. These rulers who deny my seal and my right to revoke our treaties, they are not evil. They are not stupid. They are simply limited as all men are limited." Guilliman fell silent, and then smiled sadly. "Does it shock you, my son, to learn the Primarch can err?" Ventress looked uncomfortable. "My heart says yes, but that Primarchs can be mistaken is an obvious conclusion when the argument is reasoned through." "My lord," he said, "your admission does nothing to lessen my respect for you. We of the Ultramarines remain human. Despite our transformation, we make mistakes. As a son grows, he learns that his father is not infallible, whether he is glorious or humble." "Sometimes I wonder if I am human at all," said Guilliman thoughtfully. "In any meaningful sense. If you were not," said Ventress, "you would not care for the fate of other men." "Many of my brothers did not," replied Guilliman. "Maybe it is an affection. Humanity is not measured on form alone," said Ventress, "but by deeds, my lord. A mortal man may be inhuman towards other men, yet I have seen Xenos behave with honor and fairness when we offer them nothing but hate." Guilliman appraised the fourth captain carefully. "You impress me, Captain Ventress. I've heard much of your deeds. I did not expect you to be so thoughtful." "Your principles persist, my lord," said Ventress modestly. "You are right to say warriors make poor rulers, so we strive to be more, to be wise men who would govern fairly, for the good of the greatest number, as you taught in the great days." Guilliman looked somber. "Yet the day when my son shall set aside their weapons seems impossible now. That was always my intention. After the Great Crusade, you were all to become administrators and statesmen. It seems so naive." Guilliman thanked Ventress for coming. The captain watched as his Primarch ascended the craft. Ultramar needed Guilliman, but a victory parade was in order. Another weapon Guilliman knew to wield, just as the Emperor did during the Great Crusade. A victory parade to declare the end of the first phase of the Indomitus Crusade. He knew the talk of tyrant, of usurper, had been whispered amongst Imperial nobles. The handing over and delegation of power would squash that. Also, for morale, the Imperium needed to see itself winning, to believe that he was the savior. The parade would come, but first, answers. Guilliman descended into the deep core of the Macrag's honor, to a hole so secretive only two beings knew of its existence. Under layers of security that far surpassed paranoia, Guilliman stood before two filled tanks, coming to life. The muscle twitches in the tanks became a frenzy of gurning. The heads jerked and jiggled, mouths gaping in silent, drowned screams. Bubbles steamed over clayey flesh, agitating the surface of the fluids that nourished them. Eyelids fluttered, over eyes that appeared to contain shreds of intelligence, and they looked out from their watery prisons with absolute horror. Pressure built at the back of Guilliman's mind, until his eyes throbbed. The air smelled of hot steel, and his saliva took on a metallic flavour. The emptiness his soul contained expanded. Beyond the physical confines of his body, there was a definite pop, not generated by the machines, he was certain. And suddenly all was still. The thumping of hidden devices levelled out to a quiet whir. The faces ceased their pain contortions. Their eyes went blank and closed. The bubbling ceased. The call inferior. An archaeotech creation of Belisarius Call himself. A recreation of the unique personality and knowledge of the 10,000-year-old tech magi. Guilliman found he didn't trust Call fully. The mad Archmagos was a unique being amongst his strange kind. One more concerned with what could be done, rather than should it. Call had lived for more than 10,000 years. Such a great span of time would wear out all but the greatest of souls. The changes he had wrought upon his body to support his mind had stripped most of his humanity away. His emotions had become ghosts in the mechanism his mind now inhabited. And here, mediated through the Call inferior, they should have been practically absent, but Guilliman could never shake the feeling of intense superiority hidden in Call's pronouncements, nor ignore the touch of sardonic humour that revealed itself from time to time. Even in this soulless copy, Guilliman looked around at their heads. They were too individual to have come from vat-born slaves. There was no sign of the penal coding tattoos, worn by servitors drawn from criminal stock. He did not want to know where Call had sourced his grisly collection. Again, the Call inferior kept him up to date with the work of the real Magos, supplying prototypes for black stone devices, formed from the Magos' research of the pylons that had once sat in the now destroyed Cadia. The heads once again professed their master desire to utilize the gene seed of the 2nd and 11th gene lines, the missing Primarchs. No, Guilliman stated emphatically, for this line of questioning had been constant over the years. In fact, he did not trust that Call had not already tampered with them. The fault may have not been with the gene line, but that door should now and always remain closed. Guilliman delivered his final orders. This device made him uncomfortable, and he was sure that it bordered dangerously on the line of abominable intelligence. "Here are my orders," he said. The enemy fleet at Rorkos had been crushed. The first phase of the Indomitus Crusade is over. Plans proceed for crossing the rift via the Artilian Gap. I will shortly return to Macragge to face my brother Mortarion, who has come forth from his lair. Once he is dealt with, the reconquest of Imperium Nihilus will begin. You are to continue your efforts to unravel the secrets of the pylons. We will persevere in this war, but the ultimate survival of mankind can only be assured by undoing the damage Abaddon has inflicted upon the fabric of reality. Concentrate on this above all else. The machine shut off. The glimmering light in the channels died. With one last spastic jerk, the heads went slack in their tanks. The doors slid shut over each arm glass. Suddenly, the painful pressure of the machine was reduced to its merely uncomfortable background level. Guilliman breathed hard through his teeth. These conditions made him tense. For all Belisarius Call's usefulness and his desire to save mankind, Guilliman could foresee a time when he would become a problem. The parade ground of Rorkos was on a scale that went far beyond the horizon. The stream of holy men went on for hours. They filled the avenues between the warriors standing to attention, though they set no foot on the carpet running down the very centre. None had dared to do that, for that was Guilliman's alone to tread. They sang and mumbled and prayed, whilst only humble Frater Matthew watched from the viewing platforms. filled with the bustling nobles from a sector's worth of high society. There were 36 chapter masters, a further 18 Space Marine lords, all the upper leadership of the remaining unremembered sons, 6 Adeptus Custodes, 3 Canonesses of Adeptus Sororitas, 5 generals, various warlords and other similar rank, Captain Felix, Captain Zacharias, all 20 of Guilliman's victorious guard, the Commissar General, Fleet Master Isaiah Kestrin, the Group Masters of Battle Alphas, Centrus, Dominus, and Gamma, several admirals and rear admirals, dozens of commodores, and more dozens of shipmasters, and scores of other men and women of war. Hundreds, then, if not thousands. The sight awed Matthew. The Emperor had a plan for him. It was obvious, he thought. Guilliman had chosen him because of that plan, whether the Primarch knew it or not. He had tested his faith and found it sound. He could not fault it. The Emperor was real. He was a god. He was a force for good in the galaxy of horrors, and Matthew had pledged himself fully to his service. Faith was real. Faith was salvation, Matthew thought to Guilliman. How deep down the Primarch loathed that very ecclesiarchal procession, but Matthew knew, no, believed, that one day Guilliman would see. He would have faith, and that was his great mission. It is not my role to convince the son of a god that he is the son of a god, Matthew scolded himself. It is my role to serve him, and to guide him through his own efforts to the truth. I cannot tell him. He must see. He resolved to punish himself, by confession or by whip, for his presumption. Still, he could not extinguish his hope, nor his ambition. I am the one to open his eyes, he thought. If it is me who convinces him openly, the pride was too much. He would lash himself for such arrogance later. Matthew moved, as his accompanying servo skulls followed. The crowd in their millions began to fall silent, as the Primarch walked down the line and took his place upon the throne, imperious and noble, his body language calculated to inspire feelings of service and power, but not tyranny. The Indomitus Crusade is a success, said Guilliman. I declare its first task complete. By our blood and sacrifice, we have brought the Imperium valuable time to retrench. But we are needed elsewhere. Some of us must part ways. He paused again. The opening moves of the Crusade are over. This triumph of Rorkos marks its great victories. The true work must begin. Still no one spoke, but attention rose off the crowd. You Primaris Marines are all to be reassigned. Shortly after this triumph, I shall give out new orders. Your forces will disperse, and shall bring ruin to the enemy wherever they might be found. The unnumbered sons have fought with a strength that would shame the legions of the Great Crusade. The time has come for you to be rewarded for your efforts. New assignments will be given. New chapters will be formed. Some of you will go to join the progeny of your gene-sires, who will welcome you as brothers, and provide you with places of honor both on the battlefield and at the feasting table. Others of you too must leave me, for my path takes me into unknown peril. But hear this, though I send you away from me, I do not do so because you have failed me, but because you have won my respect. You have performed impossible feats of arms. Wherever you go, the warriors of mankind will see the honor badges upon your battle gear, and they shall know hope, and righteousness and fury, and see that victory can be theirs. Inspired by you, they shall rise up with certainty in their hearts, and guns in their hands, and with a mighty roar they shall cast back the enemy into the formless warp for all time. You have done this. You will do this. I stand before you, humbled by the sight of you, the men and women who are the heroes of the Imperium. Guilliman held aloft the hand of Dominion, its robotic fingers clenched in a victory salute. The square erupted into a rhythmic chant. Guilliman, Guilliman, Guilliman. it was deafening. And more, Frater Matthew felt the crowd's exultation as a physical force. Their cries made his faith shine as bright as a star. "My sons, my brothers and sisters," Guilliman called, halting the chant. "In a moment, our new militant apostolic will bless you all, and deliver the words of the Emperor, my father." Another cheer, so loud it shook the ground. Matthew looked at the Primarch sidelong. He had yet to say yes to the appointment. He was going to, of course, but now he had no choice. He admired the Primarch's will. They could not fail with him as their lord. "But I will say this first," Guilliman continued. "Those of you who are my sons, who bear my genetic heritage and the colours of the Ultramarines, who might hail yourselves from Ultramar, I have news. When we are done, we have a new war to fight. My brother Mortarion brings pestilence to our home, and I will not allow it to fall." The Primarch paused. Slowly, he once again looked across the field. "We march from a crag." Once more, Guilliman breathed in the air of his homeworld Macragge, greeted by Chapter Master Calgar and Chief Librarian Togurius. The Primarch himself, flanked by Captain Felix and Militant Apostolic Matthew. They made their way towards the Council of Hera, the conclave Guilliman had personally arranged. The Strategia Ultima was insufficiently sized to hold all of the delegates, so the edification had been arranged in the Hall of Maxelius, named for the 21st Chapter Master of the Ultramarines. The cold, damp smell of the outdoors came steaming off the assembled host of politicians and warriors. Guilliman was afforded the place of honour. A massive bronze chair had been taken from the museum vaults, deep under the fortress of Hera, and brought forth for its use after waiting 10,000 years for a lord of stature that matched its size. Though Calgar had seen the Primarch in stasis, and was thus long aware of how physically large he was, the Primarch's artifact had always seemed bigger, somehow, than the being they were made for, as if sized for a titan from a greater age. They were sacred relics all. The Ultramarines did not pray to their Primarch, nor venerate him in an overtly religious way. They did not believe either the Emperor or his son divine, but an aura of holiness clung to his effects nonetheless, and it had been a habit of many chapter masters to mediate in the museum vaults, looking for inspiration from the things that had known the touch of their gene-sire. To the Primarch, the throne was just another piece of furniture, a possession reclaimed. As Ultramar was, he used it unthinkingly. Even now he was back. His casual attitude towards these ancient relics, although they were his, offended something in Calgar. It was a ridiculous reaction, and Calgar stamped hard on it. "My lords, my generals, my countrymen," said the Primarch. "Fellow Imperial citizens, fellow warriors of many worlds, I bid you welcome to this conclave today at the heart of Ultramar." Guilliman's voice rang strong and clear off the stone of the hall. To every man and woman present in the assembly, it was as if he spoke to them personally. Guilliman commanded attention like no other could. His words invited no disagreement. He was forceful and strong, was appearing the epitome of reason, but then came the moment that would bring discontent. Guilliman brought up a map of Ultramar, a map far older and larger than its current state, its ancient borders. Guilliman divided Ultramar into 4, giving each quadrant to a new tetrarch, a leader sourced from the various Space Marine chapters that called this realm their home. 3 firstborn and 1 Primaris, Captain Felix to his surprise. Each tetrarch would be given a capital world to rule and to establish as their command point. The cries built up. The nobles and autocrats who would inevitably lose their family's power and influence. But Guilliman pushed through it, to battle the growing horde of the Death Guard and Nurgle-like demons that were burning worlds in this sector, drowning them in the dead. Hard decisions had to be made. Guilliman knew the Emperor's plan. to eventually hand over rule to the mortal man. But in the last 10,000 years, it had shown that men needed a guiding hand. Ultramar needed to be a bastion, a realm of impenetrable defense, so Guilliman could save the rest of the Imperium. The war. Guilliman spoke up again. Before we came here, I had Tetrarch Felix lead an expedition to the palace spire of Hive Crotosius on Ardium, said Guilliman. I need to know how my brother's affecting this plague of the dead, and how his demonic allies are able to cloak themselves in false flesh so easily in the heart of our kingdom. There are certain writings that refer to an artifact known as the Hand of Darkness. I believe this device to be the cause. Espandor lies closest to the Scourge stars, continued Guilliman. It is a corridor for war material, and a conduit for the warp. Through that system, Mortarion's armies come, riding fast upon the network of Inferian filth that we saw upon Ardium. Guilliman leaned back from the table, his eyes glinting with the prospect of revenge against his brother. By retaking the system, we will cut off Mortarion's ability to resupply his fleets. If we can locate these machines upon Espandor and disable them, the torrent of power sickening the soul of Ultramar can be closed off. His demonic legions will struggle to remain manifest. The dead will not rise so easily. The fleets above Ultramar began to coalesce as Imperial forces gathered for the campaign. The offshoot Indomitus fleet, Fleet Primus, was swelled and then powered on to their target, Espandor. Espandor was a cardinal world, and therefore its cities were crowned with churches and temples. Perhaps never a stunning world as others Guilliman had seen, but now it was a hellscape. Clouds of flies almost blotted out the sun. The rivers ran thick with mud, mucus and fecal matter. The entrenched Imperial forces had been slogging through a siege for weeks, as millions of Imperial Guard fought face to face with the bloated Angels of Death, Mortarion's sons, the Death Guard, their blubber, fat, and even eyes and tentacles bursting out of their armor. The state of rot that permeated the world rusted entire cities. Yet from above, the lances of fire came down like the judgment of angels. The advance began upon the capital city. Marines donned in over a dozen colors of different chapters, under the command of Tetrarch Felix, began wading through a slop-infested river. Felix felt the mud swell around his Gravis plate. He did not know why Guilliman had placed such trust in him. Perhaps it was a sympathy. As Primaris stock, Felix had been born during the Horus Heresy, periodically frozen and unfrozen until fully awakened into a universe even he didn't recognize. Something he knew Guilliman felt the same way about. The forces became disorganized as the waves of undead and bloated Death Guard slammed against them. The source, the ancient suspended Eldari device, corrupted by Mortarion, was located in the center of this rotting city. Dozens of worlds were being ruined, just like Espandor. But now the Imperium would fight back. The battle was brutal, but finally Felix and his force cleared a way to the city square, his pity growing for the diseased survivors that clung like rats in the shadows. The path was now clear for the Primarch. As Guilliman descended down personally, the corrupted device's chamber had been secure, and now they would destroy it. Guilliman walked over a carved stone motif, proclaiming the divinity of his creator, and into a space constructed entirely around that belief. The cathedram enclosed a huge volume to fit the enormousness of the people's faith. The stonework was encrusted with decorations and statuary. It was almost frenzied in its devotion, a plea in stone to be noticed and saved. But like the truth it purported to encompass, the space within the halls was empty. If only they knew, thought Guilliman. He looked upwards through the roof towards the clearing skies. Beams dangled from decaying ligaments of iron. The floor was slippery with rotten timber and fallen tiles. Everything was ruined, but still legible idolatry to the God Emperor clung to the inside. Theoretical, he thought. The Emperor is a god, and denied his own divinity to protect humanity. Practical, he is a god. Or, he continued to himself, theoretical, the Emperor was not a god, but became one. Practical, he is a god. He dismissed the idea. These theoreticals had been bouncing in his mind for so long, he had begun to grow weary of them. But his mind would not stop generating counter-arguments to his own beliefs. Theoretical, the Emperor was always a god, but was unaware of it. Practical, he is a god. No, he thought. Theoretical, the Emperor became a god to protect humanity. Practical, he is a god. He is not a god, he thought. Theoretical, Guilliman thought savagely now, turning his anger against his traitorous mind. The Emperor was never a god, denied he was a god, and had been wrongly elevated by men who see power and mistake it for divinity. Practical, the Emperor is not a god. He is not a god, said Guilliman out loud. He could not countenance the thought. Accompanied by Sisters of Silence, Custodes and Victrix Guard, Guilliman followed Felix to the very darkness pulsating plague across this world. A clock, an oozing bloated device that spoke of a beauty utterly befouled, sat upon an altar. Guilliman had dearly wished to face his brother. The chances of meeting Mortarion upon Espandor had been slender, even though it was clear the demon Primarch had expended a great deal of effort investing in the cardinal world. Guilliman reminded himself he could not be impatient. This was but the first step. He would find his brother, and he would kill him. The Sisters of Silence formed a circle around it, all forces arraying a quadrant, as Matthew entered the hall. Striding up to Guilliman, the blood and battle mess still staining his robes, Guilliman told him it was dangerous, and he was wearing no protection gear. He did not possess a Primarch's healing, or even that of the Astartes. We are both protected by the Emperor. My faith shields me, said Matthew. The priest dropped to his knees in prayer. How could one worship such hate? Whispered Matthew. Guilliman told him they, like all heretics, were fools, duped by such power. You speak mercifully of heretics, said Matthew softly. They shall find no mercy from me, said Guilliman. They are what they are, but we must not forget that most of them were noble warriors, and were led down this path by others. Words from a beloved leader can twist a man's heart. It was, I believe, the Emperor's fault. If he had not lied, did he really lie? Asked Matthew, into the silence. He was barely breathing, caught up in revelation of his god's words. Yes, replied Guilliman. Yes, he did. He knew the true nature of the war, but kept it to himself. I deduce he wanted to keep my brothers and I from temptation, but instead ignorance left us vulnerable to it. Horus was a good man before he turned. He was proud and arrogant, that is for sure, but he believed in the Emperor's dream of the Imperium, and the love between them was so strong. Guilliman looked at Matthew solemnly. He had once believed that. He truly had. Now he lied just like the Emperor had, because he knew the truth of the Emperor's affection now. Guilliman continued. Chaos found a way to use Horus's love and pervert it. My father made a miscalculation, and it cost us all dearly. Matthew searched for the right thing to say. Gods are not beholden to the same laws as mortal men are, my lord. Its reasons for lying are beyond our understanding, even yours. Guilliman pulled a face at Matthew. He knew what was coming. The naive attempts to convince him that his father was a god. But Matthew, like all priests, sickened him with this talk, speaking to know much of a man they'd never met. Guilliman had seen him, spoken to him, learned from him, served him. Did they think they knew him better than he? Did they know that for all the greatness of the Emperor, he was a liar, a manipulator, and that last they had spoke, he received Guilliman as a tool? The Emperor had allowed them to love him, and to believe he loved them in return. He had not. His Primarchs were weapons. That was all. Guilliman had died for him once, and strangely enough, he would do so again, but not for the man, but for humanity. Guilliman drew the Emperor's sword, the orb beaming from Matthew's face. Guilliman had to admit too. He felt the Emperor's presence when its fire crackled. If a man has all the powers of a god, he thought, is he not a god? That is what Matthew believes. Theoretical, there is the possibility he is correct. I am not immune to mistakes. Guilliman lifted the burning sword above his head. Imbued with the power of the anathema, it had the strength to annihilate demonic influence to the very source. Guilliman swung down. The device cracked and was eviscerated as he swung. It charred into embers, but as Guilliman began to walk away, the librarians in the room reacted. Something was coming. A tear in the warp burst open and sent the Imperials flying. A black, oily skin formed over the clockwork and broken stone. A demon rose up, gathering the materials of the clock and meshing it into itself, and it took on living form. Organs of wiring cogs sank into its chest. Ropey muscle moved under the shining black skin. Where the metal and stone showed in its form, they were corroded, brass and bronze becoming green, fused lumps, the rock pitting, though it glowed brighter and brighter. Forearms grew, the fingers becoming long, backward-facing spikes like wings of a bat. A short, powerful pair of legs burst from the back of the mass. Huge shoulders swelled in seconds, unnatural bones cracking as they grew at pace. Quaramar, greater demon of Nurgle, emerged. Fear me, for I am the rot drake, the foul catcher, the master of last moments. I am the death of time, it said. The draconic rotten beast lurched forward. Munitions began to ram into its flesh as it smashed and gored marines, custodies and sisters. Guilliman bellowed everyone to fall back. Only he alone could face it. Quaramar swung its finger bone like swords. Slashing down hard at the Primarch, Guilliman parried one hand, dodging the other. The sword of the Emperor blazed white hot as it connected with the demon's skin. But though the sword's touch alone was death to most demons, it was not enough to harm the last Watcher. Guilliman was forced back by the dragon thing's onslaught. The surviving custodians advanced on it, their weapons swinging perfectly matched with each other. They cut it many times, but the wounds closed, as Quaramar aged and grew young in a constant cycle, putting all his strength into his legs. Roboute Guilliman waited for Quaramar to come screaming at him. Then he leapt. He cleared 20 feet from a standing start, arms and legs wheeling as he fell towards the demon's back. Quaramar turned his flayed skull around to snap at the Imperial Regent, but he clung on as they both flew towards the portal. Only at the last second did Roboute Guilliman reverse the sword of the Emperor, and with both hands drive it down through the beast's back, piercing its mechanical heart. Quaramar screamed, its wings thrashing. Guilliman leaned back on the sword, making the demon rear up higher in the air. Power built within the weapon, and it glowed incandescently until light burned in every rent and orifice of the demon's body. Guilliman cast his burning body back through the rift, as the librarians under Togurius rallied, closing the war portal for good. Silence reigned again. Espandor was cleansed. Guilliman looked to Matthew, amazed that even now he still looked untouched by any disease or plague, even in the demon's presence. For those that could hear it, Guilliman said, "The Emperor protects. The Emperor loves us all." He lied, but it was one they needed to hear. Espandor was secure, and now the more important target in the sector was next. A world he was sure to find his brother upon. The Crusade set course for Parmenio.
I will tell you something. This armor.
His hand spread across his chest. Tongues of pale flame shone on his fingers, where the scrollwork caught the ship's lumens.
I was told it kept me alive. I was warned by the Eldari who aided Archmage's call in awakening me never to take it off.
I've seen you without it, she said. She shrugged. I don't see the Eldari as naturally deceitful like most do, but a lie for them is not the same as a lie for us. It pays to be careful with the Eldari.
It does. I am. Yvraine was not lying. She believed what she said to be true. The Eldari never do anything that does not aid their race directly. They did not resurrect me for the sake of humanity, but for their own kind. They see me as another piece in their game against extinction. I do not wish them ill, but I cannot be their pawn, just as I cannot become the weapon of the Imperial cult. She told me what she did because she wants me alive.
You took it off anyway, Soleimania said. She thought a moment. You took it off to defy them.
I never have only one reason for doing anything. Defying Yvraine was part of it. I do not like to be told what is and is not possible. But the driving reason was that I cannot be enthralled to the Eldari. If I allowed myself to be dependent on the armor, what happens if it malfunctioned, or they turned it off? Cole built it, but I doubt he understands the fullness of its workings. So much was dictated to him. To avoid alerting them, I conducted the research on the Armor of Fate myself. Do not think there are none of the Eldari's agents abroad in Fleet Primus. One of Eldrad Ulthran's own flies with us, after all. And there will be more, human and Eldari. I do not have the technical skills of some of my dead brothers. The armor is complex. But I was able to determine the majority of its processes, and what exactly it was doing to keep me alive. It is esoteric, warp tech. The Eldari make no difference between the material universe and the warp, not in the same way we do. I also determined that if I took it off, I might survive, theoretically. I spoke with Eldrad Ulthran, for he alone of their number I have any trust for. I heard what he had to say and I made my choice. I waited for a moment of peace, that being relative. I told few what I was about to do. Removing the armor was painful and difficult, especially as I did not wish to damage it, for it is an exemplary piece of war gear. Furthermore, although my convictions were firm, I wished to leave the option to myself of replacing it should I begin to perish. When the Armor of Fate was removed, I felt justified in my actions. And when the pain came, my belief that I was doing the right thing did not leave me. Not when the strength left my body, and the wound my brother inflicted upon me at Thessalia opened itself and wept blood scented with immortal poison. I fell, my body aflame with agony. My mind was ablaze, but I held one thought. I cannot die. Not that it is impossible, but that I would not allow it. When Fulgrim beat me in combat, I had the same thought. I feared no one would be able to hold the Imperium together were I to die. That fear has been borne out 1,000,000 times. The stakes are so much higher now than they were in the past. Maybe this gives me strength.
He touched his hands to the breastplate.
Into realms of thought and terror I passed, and I experienced many things there that I can barely recall. But I awoke. I earned my scar.
He ran an armored finger across his neck, where the ropey mark of Fulgrim's wound peeped out from his soft seal collar.
I was weak, but the worst had passed. I put the armor back on and went about my duties. That week I had it removed every night, and each time it became more bearable, until I could go abroad without it in tolerable condition.
You are in pain when you do not wear it.
Some. Not as much as there was. It is important I am seen without it. The Imperial Regent should show no weakness, nor any reliance on a Xenos race.
Humanity fled him as he said those words, spoken with an intensity a mortal man could not match.
It could be that my body had recovered enough that it could finish the job of healing itself, and that the venom in my veins was but a residue it could overcome. Whether or not these things are true, I will tell you one that is. I will not let myself die. The Imperium needs me, whole and free of the influence of others.
Then you have nothing to fear from Matthew.
Maybe that is true, for now. I do, however, fear the Church.
In these times, Lord, I will take whatever help I could get. He shook his head and began to walk again.
I think back to Nicaea, so long ago. There was dissension among my brother Primarchs about the wisdom of using warp-born powers within our legions. The Emperor decreed that we abandon the practice. We broke that ban when warpcraft proved to be one of the most effective weapons against the forces of chaos. Perhaps admitting faith into my armory is no more extreme than entertaining witchcraft as a weapon of war. Sometimes I do not know what to think. I can see the strategic value, in fact the necessity, of the Imperial cult, but I do not understand it. I do not think I ever will. Of all my brothers, only Lorgar had a genuine sense of the spiritual. He had faith in my father once, much like Matthew does. He was censured for that belief, and now a version of his religion is an indispensable part of the apparatus of state. The irony of that is so black I can only laugh at it. It was Lorgar who fell first, not Horus. Did you know that?
The Horus heresy was a long time ago, my lord. It is a time of legends to most. Even I, privileged enough to read the materials I collect for your histories, know next to nothing about it.
It is not accurately remembered. You know that Lorgar was the root of the Imperial cult.
Yes, she said. A threat of misgiving wound itself around her guts and pulled tight. I didn't, before Talisman. Did he know what she had in her possession?
You know also that should this information become widespread, it would cause untold upheaval.
Her hands tightened on the stasis box. How peculiar he should bring this up now. She did feel a little afraid of him right then.
I shall tell you something none now know. The Emperor ordered that Lorgar, who was called Aurelian, desist in his worship of him. He did not, so my father had me teach him a lesson. Lorgar had raised a city in praise of the Emperor. They called it Monarchia, the perfect city. My legion destroyed it. I took no pleasure in the act. Though I suspect the roots of corruption were planted long before the Emperor took Lorgar to his side, it was my legion's humbling of Aurelian that helped push him into the embrace of chaos.
Soleimania's eyes widened in shock. You blame yourself for the war. You couldn't have known what would happen.
It was my job to know. I was made to plan. Each of my brothers was given a set of talents derived from the Emperor himself. Individually, our talents overlapped. Redundancy, I suppose, should be incorporated into any system. Lord Rogel Dorn and I, for example, both inherited his capacity for strategy and contingency planning. But in combination, our talents were unique. Dorn was a greater builder than I ever was, and I a far better administrator. Neither of us saw this coming. Nor did Sanguinius, who had powers of foresight second only to the Emperor himself. Of us all, I think perhaps only poor Conrad knew, for he too had the power to see the future.
The Night Haunter, Soleimania whispered. Guilliman nodded. Was he as gifted as they say the great angel was?
He was. He was also insane. Perhaps if he had not been, this all could have been avoided. Assuming, of course, the Emperor hadn't intended this to happen all along.
Do you really think that? Guilliman sighed. He seemed tired.
Yasili, do you think you can truly comprehend the workings of my mind?
No, of course not. It's impossible. I've got a pretty high opinion of myself, but you are far more than human.
Then you can understand by extrapolation. I merely suppose, for I am as able to understand the Emperor's mind as you are able to understand mine.
She pulled her face.
Has something I said given you cause to worry?
It's funny, and I don't mean in an amusing way, that you bring up your brother Lorgar with me today. Guilliman raised an eyebrow.
How so?
Can you read minds? She asked frankly. I don't think you can, but you are, well, you are what you are. Guilliman might have laughed again, were it not for her deadly serious air.
The Emperor did not invest me with any appreciable psychic ability.
Now she was nervous. Quickly, she unhooked the stasis box from her belt and held it up to him, before she changed her mind. I've brought you this. Once I knew what it was, I was pretty anxious to keep it hidden away from the others. Only I and Scorpani have seen it. Danton did too, but he's dead.
You do not trust your colleagues.
I don't trust anyone, apart from myself and you. She held up the stasis box. It's in here. I thought you might want to see this immediately, and I thought it better be me that gave it to you. I'd be very careful with it. It's very fragile. I suppose it would be, being 10,000 years old or so. He looked at the box. Do you believe in coincidences? She asked, reaching up to key the cipher into the lockpad on the side.
Once, I did not. But given sufficient evidence now, I will entertain any idea.
The box lid folded into itself. Soft blue stasis light lit Guilliman's face. The device hummed with the effort of holding time at bay. It was a hollow noise, with a silent center. The eerie hush of changeless rose from the middle of the containment field. There can be no noise where time does not flow. Guilliman looked into the box. His eyes went hard.
Where did you get this?
Guilliman recognized the book instantly. Something he had never read, but knew of its existence over 10,000 years before. It made him shiver to think of the ramifications. How this small thing had shaped the universe. He kept it in his own quarters, a problem to deal with later. A confrontation with Mortarion awaited. Parmenio was dark, clotted with rot and stink. The Imperial lines bucked as the constant artillery rained munitions upon the advancing Death Guard. Slowly, the corrupted forces of Nurgle were building a mound, crossing over the waterfront. In a matter of weeks, their full force would overrun them. Across the broken and rotten ground, the Imperium line was falling back, but they and their accompanying sororitas stood still, watching a miracle. A girl, no more than a teenager, walked barefoot. She should have been writhing in pain from the sore-laden air. Plague drones were making a run at Guard Captain Devros, a simple veteran who sprinted to the girl's side. The girl held up her hand. Her eyes glowed yellow and bright, and in a voice not her own, she bellowed, "Be gone." The drones melted from existence. "Keep faith, Devros," she said. Light streamed from her mouth, as it did from her eyes. So brightly the man could not bear to look into it. Her voice possessed an ancient power that pushed inside him, rearranging the clockwork of his soul. Through faith you shall be saved. Belief is the path to victory. Believe and live. The Primarch is coming. Then she collapsed. Guilliman and his fleet, after weeks of travel, arrived in the skies above Parmenio. Theoretical. Mortarion wishes to draw him to Parmenio. Practical. This is a trap. But yet this was a trap he had to spring. Guilliman had lost battles, but he had never lost a war. He had Tetrarch Felix stand beside him at the command dais. As Parmenio grew in the distance, the Death Guard fleet was dwarfed by the Imperial war machine. They scanned Parmenio. No doubt another of those foul clocks was locked within the heart of the enemy's territory. Guilliman's fingers danced over the numerous gel pads and brass keyboards. He paused every so often, eyes flicking back and forth over multiple displays. "Here is the likely source," he said. A power complex covered over in fleshy veins appeared as a flat pict in a hololithic orb. It is defended with a warp field. Prepare psych-out missiles. Breach the shields. The gap though will not last. Unfortunately, the power source must be destroyed underground. Tetrarch Felix, Captain Sicarius. Guilliman's voice was carried out to his warriors. Dropships hovering over a Vox Angel. Prepare for immediate deployment. The Primarch finished. Psi missiles, formed from the dust of psychic blanks, raced ahead of Felix's splinter force. Breaking the warp field, Felix and his men would break the clock, as Guilliman drew his forces to the main Imperial line upon the planet. Dozens of chapters, millions of men and women, and the god engines of Mars, the Titans would take to this field. The miasma of dread had been building for weeks on Espandor. The men and women who had made the trench line their home fixed their bayonets. An honourable action that did little to stop the Death Guard now swatting them like flies. Bones broke and blood sprayed, mixing with the mud and pus that oozed from the ground. But then warriors in clean, bright ceramite countercharged. The Angels of Death traded vicious blows as the ground forces saw their reinforcements had arrived. The Primarch was here. The son of the Emperor was here. Guilliman spoke to his commanders, representatives from chapters, custodies, Sisters of Silence and Guard. He let his voice carry out. Our victory would be my assessment, but the theoretical here begs a simple practical, and that makes me suspicious. According to our information, Mortarion cannot win this battle, but though his plays in this theatre of open war remain the same as they ever were, he has become devious. He never had any subtlety before he fell, but his strategies in this war, the subversion of the populace, and this reliance on pandemic to circumventulate the cleanness of honest battle, are tricks learned from his new master. I expect surprises. We must be ready for them, and be able to counter. The casualties we will take from this unclean weaponry will be high, whether he folds at the first blow or fights on to the bitter end. Listen to Sicarius. This will not be an easy fight. Another wrench had been thrown in the mix. This girl, this miracle, one Guilliman had to deal with. Now guarded by the Sisters of Battle, the rumours were buzzing all over Espandor. The girl who cleansed a rotten well. The girl who annihilated the enemy. The girl who spoke with the Emperor's voice. Apostolic Matthew, without permission, had met this girl, declaring her a messenger for the Emperor. His sermons to the crowds were concerning, but Guilliman saw the use. In secret his rogue Traeger Sulemania had spied upon Matthew, ultimately telling Guilliman that he would be no threat. The priest liked to record the history of the Primarch as it happened, though rewriting it from the mindset of a true believer. Matthew's only designs on Guilliman was to make him a true believer, something Guilliman knew he would fail to do, but he knew not to underestimate a zealot. The girl was to be locked up. It could be a trap, a plot of his brother Magnus, or a saint, such as Celestine was. Time would show the truth, but it was an unknown factor in this theatre of war. 2 lines, miles in length, populated by the god machines of humanity, stared across at each other. The Imperial Titans, the god killers of a time long past, a golden age where now was only war. Near their treading feet that shook the very earth, Imperial knights clung like dogs to a kennel master. Munitions traded across the ragged wastes to their dark mirrored counterparts. What once had been the epitome of human industry now leaked flesh and pus. They bulged with flesh, corrupted titans that moaned with sound that made a man's soul shiver. The Death Guard and their demon engines fired back, trading as the tension was building onto a full-on assault. Guilliman knew something wasn't yet in place. Mortarion was a fine general, even when he is seeking to prove how indomitable he is. He is there, right in the middle of his army. This is a taunt. He wishes to draw Guilliman out, but it was the demons. They were missing, so for now Guilliman would wait. Parmenio's sun finally hit its height through the smoke-thick clouds. The full might of the Death Guard and their allies finally made their approach. The thousands of tanks, transports and bloated titans rode across the muddy ground as the Imperial line came alive. A countercharge by Imperial titans stomped forward until they saw it. The towers were not worthy of the same name of engine. It was akin to the siege towers of backwards people. Nothing at all like the holy war constructs of the machine god. Iron plates streaked with orange that armoured its foot to top. But the main material was unfinished wood. Wedge-spit planks layered to the sides. Whole trunks were incorporated into their bodies. No sensible being would wish to see the forests that grew that timber, for these trees were convoluted and repulsive to look upon. The towers were covered in gnarled protrusions. Branches raked at their surroundings with vicious claws. Slimy ropes held the towers together. Nails as large as men stuck bent into the lumber. Enormous leering faces adorned these three forward faces. Their brass and bronze green, the nozzles of primitive guns protruding like tongues from their open mouths. Matter dribbled from every gap, coating the thing all over. Sheer-sided at the front, the towers sloped down at the back, to a base housing a huge engine that belched noxious smoke. The Blight Towers rolled relentlessly towards the Imperial Titan line. In their wake, Demon Legion strode. They arrived by no mortal means, but drew themselves together from the mist. Vapors thickened into demonic forms, and there marched thousands, where before had been none. At the fore came uncountable Nurglings, though that did not stop the plague-bearers following them from trying to squish them under their feet. Swarms of giant demonic flies ascended from the skies. Packs of giggling beasts ran with excitement. Great unclean ones towering over their servants. Their vast, bloated, hillock forms of flesh that wobbled as they made their way towards their enemy. Every form of horrific disease and disfiguration was on display, marked proudly upon their disgusting bodies. Wounds gaped, spilling entrails upon the ground. Streams of maggots tumbled from holes in their skin. The stink of petulance clung to every one of them, but set in pock-scarred faces with eyes full of intelligent malice. Decay and blight made Nurgle's children strong. Sharp minds dwelled in that soft flesh. Drums began to boom. Horns wheezed. The insane music of nightmares infected living minds. The mortal contingents of Mortarion's army dropped dead at the arrival of their demonic allies. They fell covered in sores, vomiting pus, clawing open their stomachs to pull out their own guts. The Death Guard saluted their demonic allies and joined the march. It became clear Mortarion intended to break his enemy, and at the center of this demonic host was Kugath Plaguefather, greater demon of Nurgle, and first in his favor. From the sky a dark shape grew, outstretched wings joining to what had once been a man, once a son of the Emperor. Mortarion soared. This was the challenge, and Guilliman answered. The Primarch descended down the ramp, flanked by Custodes and Space Marines. They were a gem of colour and brightness amongst the filth. Guilliman drew the Emperor's sword and bellowed in challenge. Mortarion, I am your brother, the last loyal son of the Emperor. If you have any shred of courage, you will face me. When he had emerged a decade ago into this grim dark future, he had desperately wanted to speak with a brother. In a twisted way he got that wish. But it never should have been like this. The Primarch's calls went unanswered, only by the sound of battle. The anger in his voice was apparent. Sicarius and the others had pleaded that this was a trap, but Guilliman knew it. Still, he would face his brother. Like a carnival of the dead, the demonic legions of the Plague Father approached, singing their dread chants. "I am Roboute Guilliman," shouted the Primarch. "I will not stand for your presence upon this world." Stoked by his anger, the flames of the Emperor's sword flared higher. Now the lines clashed. Guilliman plunged into a crowd of malodorous beings. Plague Bearers was their common name. Though they had many, they poured at him with slippery hands, whose skin split over puffy flesh. They snapped black teeth and moaned his name. Swords of crystallized death, deep green and black, swung at him, and while they fought they counted on and on, a relentless murmur of meaningless numbers. "You are weak," Guilliman shouted into the face of rotting horrors. "Your souls have little purchase on my realm. You are not welcome. Begone, filth, back to where you came. Begone." The Emperor's sword blurred around him in fiery orange arcs. All the demons that touched it shrieked, pitilessly as their essence burned in the Emperor's wrath. The sword was a potent tool of war against any foe, but there was no greater weapon against the Neverborn. Suffused with the power of the Emperor, it burned them to nothing, cleaving their unnatural souls to tatty streaks of psychic energy. Slowly, realization dawned upon the tallymen of Nurgle that Guilliman was a threat to their immortal existence. They wavered and fell back in terror. Their count interrupted. The Imperials and Guilliman pushed forward hard, exploiting their fear of him to drive deep into their ranks. "I bring you the end, the true death, the destruction of your wicked souls. In my right hand is the glory of the master of mankind. You have no place here." The sword cleaved more. The sword roared fire. Its touch was death to any demon, and they fell in staggering number before Guilliman. Septicus 7, Herald of Kugath, drew its own sword to meet the Primarch. The skills of the Emperor's son was terrible to behold. The demon paled in comparison as the Primarch cleaved it in two, cutting his forearm as the Emperor's sword granted its true death. Diving to the side, Kugath Plaguefather. Amongst the roar of the battle, he was collecting something, hiding away a vial as it screamed in triumph. Guilliman turned to confront it when the shadow finally descended. Writhing beams of energy squirmed their way out of the muck, one cast from each of the unseen towers. The first caught Guilliman above the wrist as he raised his blade. The second wrapped itself around his neck, the third around his waist. Each snare caught him, held him, until he was immobile. Guilliman looked up at the sight that made his blood boil. He looked upon Mortarion.
"I face you at last, my brother."
Mortarion chuckled.
You make it sound as if you have brought me to heel, and will beat me in combat. After 10,000 years, you remain pompous. Look about you. I have you. I have won.
You have not won yet.
If this is not a victory, then I should probably consult one of your tedious manuals to better acquaint myself with the meaning of the term.
It's not over.
Guilliman continued his efforts to free his arm while he spoke. Mortarion glanced down at the Emperor's sword.
Father gave you his blade, I see. Or did you take it off his dead knee? I suppose it matters not. You will not wield it against me.
Fight me, you coward!
Growled Guilliman. The flames of the Emperor's sword flared. Mortarion laughed.
Do you think I would stoop so low as to fight you, my brother? Look at me.
He spread the shrouds of his wings wide, fanning Guilliman with plague winds.
You are so far beneath me. I am mightier than you could ever be. Why would I waste my strength on crushing an insect like you?
Instead, you save your wickedness for my people. who cannot fight back at all. How noble of you.
Wickedness? Is that what you see? I bring them salvation from the hell our father created. I bring them the joy of endless rebirth. I bring them life.
You cast yourself as a warlord prophet, but you are a slave. I pity you, brother. You have deceived yourself.
It is you who is the slave of our uncaring father, who made us to do his bidding. You who trod the path he laid out for you without question, sure that the lies he told were the truth. Too stupid and trusting to question them for yourself. You never saw what he did to me. The first time I met him, he stole from me my life struggle. It was nothing to him, a bump in his smooth road to godhood. He took what I had worked and suffered for, and he did not care. He called himself the Emperor. What kind of being has the presumption to claim such a title? Who takes the affections of his son and gives so little in return? He would not even deign to tell us his name. You swallowed it all. Poison milk from our machine mother. Machines he created. Things like we are. I tried his way. I should never have compromised my own principles, but I did. I was a champion of common people. I abandoned them for a galactic despot. Now I'll serve the people again.
Mortarion glared at Guilliman with milky eyes, defying him to challenge his pronouncements.
If I am a puppet of an uncaring master, then what are you? A being who wallows in warp power while crying hatred for the witch? A plaything for corruption and disease? You blustered long and hard against psychic power, and claimed total fearlessness and indomitability none could match. Yet when faced with death, the ultimate challenge, you failed.
Mortarion flinched and rose up in the air.
You do not know what you speak of. You do not know what it was like. I was shown the depths of suffering of a kind you could never understand. And as death beckoned, I was given the power to withstand it.
I know no suffering. I saw my brothers, many of whom I loved, all of whom I respected, turn their backs upon our Creator and plunge the galaxy into war. I saw humanity reach for one golden moment of peace, brush it with its fingers, and then I saw you and the others spit upon it and tear it away. I died at the hands of my kin. I awoke to a galaxy so far from the glorious enlightenment of the Emperor, it resembles the Catheric hell. You turned your back on all you claimed to stand for, cravenly, without a second thought. Where was my brother, who could weather any storm, whose body shrugged off poison, who would never, ever give in? What happened to him? The Mortarion of old would never have allowed this. He would have died with honor. You must have seen, as your warriors were transformed into these hulking monsters, what awaited you should you say yes to salvation. You, who called yourself the strongest of us, the redoubtable, the master of any pain or sorrow. How hollow those words seem to me now. I, at least, know what I am. I look at myself, and though I perceive many failures, I know with unshakable certainty that I perform the duty I was created for. That I fight for the preservation of mankind.
Then you do not fight for the Emperor?
Asked Mortarion. his voice an insinuating rattle.
I fight for what he believed in.
An advocate's quibbling. You fight for yourself.
I remain a champion of humanity, whereas you are the lackey of evil.
Am I? Then tell me, Roboute, if our father was so good, look me in the eye and tell me that he loved us all as any father should love his sons.
Guilliman stared at him, his jaw clenched in anger. Mortarion laughed. It began as a wheezing in his lungs, thick with phlegm, rattled up his dry throat, and clacked his teeth together behind his breathing mask, before hissing out in puffs of yellow gas.
You know, don't you, Roboute? You've seen it.
He wagged one long, skeletal finger at his kin.
I knew something was different about you. You spoke with him on Terra. Tell me, what did he say? Did he plead to be released? Did he beg you to be set free from his golden throne?
Guilliman said nothing.
Oh, my brother, it cannot be.
Mortarion said in mock horror.
Did he say nothing? Is our father dead?
He stood back and shook his cadaver's head.
Of course he isn't, is he? Not in any real sense. Beings like him are beyond mortality. You are so misguided. He sought godhood, and in a way he has what he wanted. He is a corpse god, a lord of death more terrible and vile than my adopted grandfather, who offers those who follow him the gift of endless renewal.
Mortarion gestured with silence.
You look at this land and see only ruination. It is a shame for you that Nurgle's potential is invisible. Where you see destruction, I see but one phase in a cycle of death, rebirth, fecundity, and decay. It is glorious, colorful, vital. So much more than our father's pale lies. All secrets might be known within the warp. It is timeless and eternal. Everything that happens here is reflected there endlessly. Every moment can be assessed, every lie heard, every broken promise relived. I have been deep within, far from Nurgle's garden, into realms where secrets flock like corpse flies. I found many interesting things there. Do you know why he made us?
He drew back the scythe.
Do you think it was for affection? I think once I've crippled you, and you lie blind and useless in an iron cage, begging to die, I might tell you, and then your fine words here will burn in your mouth.
Mortarion made a wet, clotted sound behind his mask. His white-eyed gaze moved over Guilliman's limbs.
But that is yet to come. Legs first, I think. You will not be needing those at all. Do not worry, my brother. My scythe is sharp. It will hurt only a little.
It was like the sun itself. Golden light shone from the eyes of a girl, the one people had been calling a saint. The custodies locked in the battle froze, feeling a sensation they'd only felt upon Terra. A wave of wind, a burst of energy came from the floating girl. Hovering in the battlefield, the demonic horde's close caught fire as Mortarion's scythe's silence was flung back. As the maiming stroke descended, Guilliman rose, not questioning his salvation. The Emperor's sword blazed as he chased Mortarion, only for the demonic Primarch to run. The traitor sliced a hole into reality, looking back at Guilliman, declaring, "I will face you, Roboute Guilliman, upon Ajax. Follow me there, where we shall do battle for the final time." We shall finish this, you and I. Your life will be forfeit, and I will take your kingdom for my own. On Ajax. Mortarion shook his head and flung himself through the rift. It closed behind him. Mortarion! Guilliman shouted. Mortarion, you treacherous bastard! Come back! The Primarch let out a wordless roar. Frustration and rage boiled up through his body. He tore off the helm of the armor of fate and cried out up into the brightening skies. His face was red. The cords of his neck stood out. No one in this age had ever thought to see Roboute Guilliman wear such an expression. It was his fault. All of them. His treacherous brothers. Horus, Mortarion and the rest. It was their fault for the state of the Imperium. For all the pain he had gone through. How he had seen everyone he cared for die. How they had corrupted and ruined nearly everything he had built. It was their fault that he knew the Emperor, his father, never loved him, never loved any of them really, and that he sat upon a golden throne as a carrion lord. Guilliman unleashed his rage onto the fading enemy hordes, the demons dissipating as the Death Guard retreated. The Custodes formed a protective ring as Guilliman felt his rage melt away from him. "The girl," said Guilliman. "It was the girl who freed me," he said to his guard, making his way to where she had been. He looked to Battle's sister Iolanth, cradling the girl in her arms. The girl's body was burned and broken. The sister had been there the day the saint had been discovered, acting as a guard until Guilliman had taken over custody. The fact the girl and Iolanth were here meant his own guard were dead. Iolanth and her sisters had murdered Imperials to bring her here. Guilliman knelt by the girl and took her tiny hand in his massive gauntlet. "All I see is a dying girl," Guilliman said. "Whatever she is, or was, she was in the first instance a child of Terra." He hated it, Guilliman thought. How zealots could justify anything. How this girl was just a symbol to them. Humans aren't symbols. Symbols can't die, but people do. And now her life was cut short. A sacrifice he knows she wasn't asked to make. "Tell me, sister," he said, "do you think this is the best mankind can hope for? Do you believe we can ever survive and know peace?" Iolanth was surprised at his question. He looked at her earnestly. "I have faith, my lord," she replied. "Faith?" said Guilliman. "Yes, my lord. Faith in your father." Guilliman nodded. "Sometimes I wish I had faith." The girl groaned and turned her eyeless face towards him. "Are you the Emperor made flesh again?" the girl asked in a quiet voice. Her wound seemed worse now that she was conscious. The words were mangled, barely comprehensible. "I am not he," said Guilliman. "He made me. I am his creation. I am his son, the 13th and only Primarch, Roboute Guilliman of Ultramar. You look like him," she said, though she was blind. She sighed. A smile spread over her face. "I have seen such wondrous things," she barely whispered out. "Who are you?" Guilliman asked. "Magnus?" He hesitated, before voicing the hated word. "Father." Her head lolled. A last breath sighed from her mouth. "Who are you?" he demanded. The girl could no longer answer. Iolanth shuffled closer to him, her hand pressed against her injured side. "Take heart," she said. "Those who die in the Emperor's grace are not lost, but shelter within his light in the everlasting Inferium. Oh, my lord, it is beautiful." She moved a strand of hair from the dead corpse. The girl's face was a bloody smile. "The Emperor protects." Irelanth said. "Never forget that the Emperor protects." Guilliman looked at the girl's mutilated body. Why didn't he protect her? Guilliman stood up. "I can never believe that," he said, walking away. Parmenio was liberated. A silent vigil filled the streets of the entire world, a martyrdom to the fallen saint, and praises to the Emperor and the Primarch. Above the world, upon the Macragg's honour, Guilliman held court. Irelanth held up her head proudly, and looked Guilliman unflinchingly in the eye. She accepted her judgment, death for her crimes of murder, and breaking her oath to the Imperium. She swore she acted on her own, driven by her own choice, but by the will of the Emperor. Guilliman stared at Matthew, who sat within the chamber. Matthew could feel Guilliman's anger surging under his calm exterior. He was a volcano, ready to erupt, but all the Primarch displayed was a curl to his upper lip. Irelanth was taken away, as Guilliman ordered everyone to clear the room, all except Matthew. Theoretical. The Sisters of Battle were instructed to break their vows and free the girl. Practical. Only a militant apostolic had the authority to order it. Guilliman stood towering above Matthew. Matthew tried to lie, but he and Guilliman both knew the unspoken truth. "You will never lie to me again, militant apostolic," he said plainly. "You are lying to me now. You even convinced Sister Irelanth to lie under oath. By the throne, man. What deviousness is present in you?" Matthew tried to object, but Guilliman roared him down. Guilliman growled deep in his throat, an inhuman sound that never should have emanated from so perfect a being. It struck fear into Matthew that he could not hide, but the zealotry, even buried under the humble man Guilliman thought he was, sprung forth. "Did you not see? Your father was on the field, working through the child," said Matthew. "She was a vessel for your father's power, chosen by him. His will worked through her." Matthew retreated further, as Guilliman advanced on him. "She threw back the demons," he continued. "No child should have done that. A golden light issued from her. The Emperor was there. He was with you, all around you. He helped you win. The Emperor is with you," garbled Matthew. "You were not there," replied Guilliman. "I saw unbound psychic ability let loose. It could have come from any source, not least the gods who are rival to my brother's patron. You speak, you priests, as if you know my so-called father, as if you are privy to his will and his word, as if he would speak through the likes of you. You have never spoken with him. Not one of your damnable fanatics has ever exchanged so much a word with the Emperor. Not one. I lived with him. I fought at his side for a century. I studied with him. I learned of his dreams for mankind from his own lips. I raised my sword and spilled my blood to make them a reality. I am the only living being to have spoken with the Emperor for 10,000 years. 10,000 years, Matthew. Yet you dare to suppose you know his mind. You priests burn, maim and condemn on the basis of superstition. You practice your barbaric religion in the name of a man who despised and wanted to overthrow all of these things. The Emperor's purpose was to lead us out of the darkness. You, Frater Matthew, you and your kind are the darkness. He turned his head aside in disgust, before continuing. These feats of faith can be explained by the workings of the Empyrean. No god need be invoked. And if one is, it is rarely the thing that is called upon. There are beings in the warp that hearken to such entreaties. I assure you they are not gods, and the Emperor is not one of them. None of what you believe in can be trusted. None of it. But even as Guilliman raged at Matthew, the fear in the priest's eyes turned to reverence, like he was exalted by a god's anger. It disgusted Guilliman. Last he had seen that look, The word bearers knelt in the sands of Monarchia. Matthew fell to the ground, half begging, half reverent. Guilliman walked away. He would allow Matthew to live. His talents were valuable, but in truth Matthew was still far better than any other priest drawn from the ecclesiarchy. Guilliman heard the shouts. "One day," Matthew said, "one day you will see, my lord. You will see the truth. That day will be a glorious day, a thankful day. I shall not relent in my attempts to save you. I cannot. It is your father's purpose for me." Guilliman returned to his quarters. Again the exhaustion. The one that had gripped him when he first learned the truth of the Imperium upon Macragge. It threatened to take hold, but he squashed it down. Thoughts of Matthew made him angry, but there was something he had to deal with. Who was that girl? What are saints? Did his father really possess her, or did she draw upon another power? He turned to the box Road Traeger Yasili Suleimania had given to him before. For once, Guilliman gave his sole focus to one thing. Guilliman had never read the book in the box. He had refused at the time it was published, having never made the same decision about any other book. He had made a public point of ignoring this one. Back in the Age of Enlightenment, Guilliman had always thought of himself as one of the more reasoned of the Primarchs. He had been a man of learning. Rationality was his first and last resort, and yet he had ostentatiously condemned this work. Why? He had done so to please the Emperor, as he did everything back then, but this was not the only reason. He should have made his own mind up. He should have read the arguments and addressed them, not dismissed them. The creed of the Imperial truth he stuck to so hard was just that, a creed. It was flawed, and in large part based on a lie. Guilliman picked up the Levitio Divinitatis, an original, the writings of Lorgar Aurelian, the justification of the Emperor's divinity, written during the Great Crusade. Guilliman knew he had not read the book, because he had feared that a part of it may be right. Is that why Matthew angered him so much? Because he saw Lorgar's touch within it, or because he saw it within himself? And the thought of sharing something with the arch-traitor was horrifying. He read the first words, transcribed in a Gothic so ancient, most could never properly translate it. Did they know that? The priests of this age? They read scripture that was a copy of a translation. Theoretical. The Emperor is a god. Practical. I must read this book. Tetrarch Felix stormed into the command dais of the Macragg's honor. There was fury in his step. The Macragg's honor, one of the last Gloriana-class battleships left in the galaxy. It was immense, of a scale that defied description. It was surrounded by many more massive craft. Chief spearhead of the Indomitus Crusade fleet Primus. But these others, though huge themselves, were but slivers of metal against the Macragg's honor. There were no women or men who could build its like anymore. The science was lost. The will was lacking. The Macragg's honor was a relic of a better age, a monstrous weapon from higher times, and in that it was exactly like its master. Guilliman knew Felix would come. He disapproved of what Guilliman was going to attempt to do. Guilliman softened Felix's anger by asking him about his new domain. The quarter of Ultramar he was Tetrarch to. Felix spoke a familiar tale, a sorry state of affairs upon every world he visited. Human corruption at every level, falsified records and tithes, defense forces in dire need of proper leadership, strains between the new regimes and the old families of every world. It was a sickness, not of Mortarion and his dregs, but one Guilliman had come to expect in this age. The Primarch shook his head. The fault was his in a way. another to lay at his feet. The Codex Astartes was always meant as a guide, yet in many it had become akin to a religious text. Ultramar, like other realms, had been divided and broken, its waning power filled by the elite and selfish, who took advantage of both peace and war. He looked out of the window. "This war will never end," he said. "We can only fight for brief moments of peace. Once Mortarion is driven off, there will be other foes, the Tyranids, the Necrons, the Tau. I must leave you and the others to deal with them here. I have a galaxy to save." The Primarch was unusually troubled. He stared off into space, then seemed to come back into himself. "Ultramar is nearly ours," Guilliman said briskly. "Not before time. This war has been a dangerous distraction from the Indomitus Crusade, although I have tried to spare most of its assets from duties here, relying instead upon forces gathering from the surrounding sectors. Several battle groups of fleet primers are still occupied in Ultramar, where they could be liberating other worlds. Ultramar is important for all sorts of reasons, but we must take politics into account, and politics do not speak the same language as logic. There are those who use my desire to save Ultramar as a weapon against me, naming it a sign of favoritism for my own people. Terra seethes with discontent still. The agents of the enemy are everywhere. The greed of humanity is found wherever mankind goes. There was always so much work to do. If Guilliman thought about it too long, it almost overwhelmed him. But for now, this war with Mortarion had to be concluded. Felix had come to express his concern about the prisoner he and his men had captured. Good men had died to this creature, and Guilliman didn't want to destroy it. He wanted to talk to it. In a hold deep within the ship, Guilliman and Felix entered. The thick door squealed aside. Guilliman put on his helm, telling Felix to do the same. Then he bent to go through. He did not pause once inside, but crossed the floor and took a place by the far wall. Felix, on the other hand, hesitated. He smelled blood. He sensed suffering. There was a wide iris hatch in the floor, and from it emanated a foreboding of dread so intense it made the hair on his neck prickle. The librarian's hold was filled with the librarians of dozens of chapters, arrayed around a creature. Reluctantly, Felix joined the Primarch and turned to face the door. A Space Marine epistolary and 2 Codicias came in. One Felix knew as Donos Maxim of the Aurora chapter, and the others he did not. They were helmed, their eye lenses already glowing with gathering psychic power. To the side stood Astartes in polished silver, members of that mysterious Grey Knights of Titan. One said to have driven off Typhus on the star fortress of Galatan as Parmenio was sieged. And another that made many uncomfortable in the room. Iliane Natase, a Farseer of the Eldari, an aide to Guilliman sent by Eldrad Ulthran, a secret Guilliman kept from most of his own troops, though he and the Primaris Marines were born in a time of greater tolerance. This was the 42nd millennium, and an asset like Natase could be a hindrance if widely known. The Xenos' movements and speech bled forth superiority. It was evident that it thought it was surrounded by primitives. Natase surprisingly voiced the same concerns as Felix and Maxim, but Guilliman had made his choice. Throughout the Horus Heresy, Guilliman had learned that chaos could be used against itself. Though the warp was boundless and defied all laws, it placed chains and logic upon itself when interacting with the material world. He thought of himself and the Lion, destroying the gates upon Davin. He thought of how perhaps he, of all his brothers, would understand the risks he had to take. At the center of the room sat a demon host, one corrupted minion of the Changer of Ways, arch enemy to the grandfather Nurgle. Just being near it grated at the mind. the temperature of the room dropping, as if the heat itself was afraid. Arraying in a ring, combining with wards and psychic power, the Librarius, Grey Knight and Natase placed the bonds of interrogation. Captain Remo, the man whose body housed the corruption, began to shake and convulse. Guilliman commanded it to speak. Servant of the Changer of Ways, to tell him Mortarion's plan. No, said the demon host. This body is mine. His soul is mine. I will not let him speak. It said through a gargled mouth that made his listener's skin crawl. I have your true name, demon, Guilliman said. Do you think I would petition you like some footling sorcerer, ready to sell my soul for scraps of knowledge? I am the last son of the Emperor of Terra. You will heed me and you will obey. It writhed more in pain. A psychic blue fire spit from the Grey Knight's chains. Speak, Guilliman shouted, and Felix was buffeted by his force of will. The scene in the room was horrifying enough, but beneath the skin of reality, rival currents moved, great tides of psychic energy that tore the Tetrarch. All of them. The Farseer, the Grey Knights, the Space Marine Librarians, all were affected by it. But not Roboute Guilliman. The Primarch continued. You are a weaver of schemes. Your master is my brother's sworn enemy. Tell me of his plans, and you shall at least die in the service to your twisted liege, who might enjoy a little victory when I destroy my sibling. Speaking the creature's true name, it became compliant. The demon host raised its head. Twin voices spoke. Black tears ran down its face. Ask thy questions, O son of the anathema. 9 shalt thou have, as is Tzeentch's boon. Guilliman thought about it, then asked his questions. The answers didn't surprise him. Mortarion sought to kill him on Ajax. Kugath Plaguefather brews a deadly poison with Nurgle's own cauldron, a poison formed from a drop of Guilliman's own blood. Mortarion seeks to drag Ultramar into the Garden of Nurgle, adding it to his own holds. But the last answer frustrated Guilliman. Where is the cauldron? On Ajax? The demon was convulsing more, but yet it replied, yes, no, everywhere, a place of life made one of sickness, where neither earth nor water hold sway, but both are lords, death's garden, where the plague lords play, the king of poxes wreaks his deadly design upon thy mundanity. The questions were asked. The demon host's power had become too unstable. The wars began to burn hot, as Captain Remo's body burst and twisted into the demon's true form. Blood streamed from its eyes as it lunged towards the son of the Emperor. Guilliman drew the Emperor's sword, raising it and granting the demon a true death. The words of a demon could never fully be trusted, but Guilliman had information that would be vital for the coming Battle of Ajax. The Grey Knights approached him, declaring that they had given him, son of the Emperor, this one favor, but they made it clear they were disgusted, and they would not fight by his side for over a decade. Guilliman's mind was forming a plan, but one last piece needed to be answered, needed to be debated. In his personal library, unarmored, he invited librarian Donis Maxim and Farseer Natase. A question had been frustrating him now for years, since he first awakened to the Golden Throne and Parmenio. Theoretical. The Emperor is a god.
This is a copy of the very first scripture.
He looked at Maxim gravely. The information he was about to impart was doubtless known to Natase, but would be news to any human.
It was written by my brother, Lorgar.
What? The traitor Primarch?
The originator of the Imperial cult was one of my brothers. Indeed, it was the Emperor's spurning of Lorgar's worship that sent him looking for other, more amenable gods. Terrible, yes.
He poured himself more wine.
You do not react. You knew this.
Maxim said to Natase. The Eldari gave a subtle nod that managed to express a variation of self-satisfaction.
The identity of the author is known to my people.
For want of a better word, this is a Lectitio Divinitatis in its purest form, or as near as is possible. I have had the material dated and psi-read. This particular book is around 8,000 years old, and so was printed less than a millennium after the heresy.
Guilliman paused. He drank more wine. Maxim thought he seemed disturbed.
I've recently read it. I never did so in my prior life. In fact, I made a point of not reading it to show my scorn, and I tried my best to have every copy burned. I was too naive to see that it was too late. The cult was growing. Faith had taken root, and in such barren soil, I thought.
He refilled Maxim's goblet. Natase placed a graceful hand over the cup when offered more.
The Emperor smashed every idol he came across. He threw down churches and temples. Even the meanest shaman's hut was burned to the ground. We were commanded to destroy every sign of religion we found. Iterators stood in the ashes of belief and spread the imperial truth. The Emperor would brook no cult but that of reason. To think I believed it all.
My lord,
asked Maxim, cautious now of Guilliman's rancor.
Do not worry yourself, Donis. I merely mean that reason is a faith of its own, with its own traps and heresies. I have not fallen into worship. Lorgar's arguments are persuasive, but are built on several fallacies for all that. The Emperor said himself that he was no god, over and over again. You should have seen him when he commanded me to punish Lorgar. His anger was no sham. I cannot see any situation in which he would be happy with the way the Imperium turned out.
then why show me? Why have you burdened me with this secret? Why not Lord Tigurius, or another higher mind?
You are here. I wish to discuss it now. You are most appropriate. Do you need another reason for my confidence?
Maxim bowed his head in wonder and put the book down.
There have been many events that have occurred since I returned that make me question my assumptions. I wish to speak with you both on the nature of godhood.
Should you not ask a priest?
Said Maxim, half joking to cover his discomfort.
I have had more than my fill of priests. I have no psychic ability. This world around us, it is the only one I can perceive. I am aware of the warp. I respect its power, and understand it better than I ever did, but it is not in my nature to comprehend it completely. You have many abilities, Maxim. Natase, your people are far older than ours, and you know much, should you choose to share.
Ask, and we shall see what I will tell.
Guilliman paused.
What is a god? What is the definition of divinity?
Everything I have ever met that called itself a god has been my enemy. That is good enough for me.
Does that make your master your enemy also?
The Emperor denied always that he is a god.
Denied, but does he still? I believe that is the heart of the matter under discussion here. Is that not so, Lord Regent?
Guilliman ignored his insinuation.
Clarify further, Caduceus.
Power defines gods, but they are all false. Falsehood is the essence of godhood. They are lies. They may seem to be divine to primitive minds in their ability to grant favor, but they are inimical to all mortal life. The gods of chaos bring only horror. They see us as playthings and would destroy us all in the end. They are evil. Everyone. Man needs no gods. The Emperor was right.
Natase.
Not all gods are evil. You are wrong, Donus Maxim. And you speak only of the gods born out of the Immaterium. You neglect the Catan, the Ingir we called them. They too were gods.
He sighed, collected himself, as if he were a schoolmaster about to deliver a much simplified lesson to children that was still not understand.
You are right when you say that power defines a god. Temporal, spiritual, physical. It matters not.
He fell silent a moment.
My people define godhood in several ways, but there are two broad categories. The gods of the other sea, who are reflections of what you call the Mortarion, and the gods of the Mortarion itself, who you know as the Catan, though there are other, more ancient and even more terrible things than they. The gods of the Mortarion are an essential part of its fabric. They are able to influence its structure, such is their intimate connection to it. But they are bound, nevertheless, by the laws of this reality. The gods of the warp are more ephemeral and more diverse in type. Many are mere concentrations of feeling. Some were once mortals themselves, before the belief of others changed them. The gods of my ancestors were of both sorts, I believe, though this is not the only philosophy propounded by my kind, and I have heard many heated debates on the subject. It is impossible to say for now, for our gods were slain when we fell, and even if they could be asked, they would not know the truth of it, for the truth would change anyway, as it must, according to the beliefs of those who had faith in them. Yet another kind are agglomerations of souls of those who were once living, or so say the Inari, whose supposed deity Iniad was unleashed by the breaking of Biel-Tan. But who, in truth, can say? One, two, all or more of these things can be true at one moment, and may change at another. There are gods that eat gods, gods that are eternal, gods that were, but now never were, and gods that come into being only to have existed for all time. The origins of gods are therefore impossible to catalogue. They have no histories but the histories people impose upon them. I would agree with your sorcerer here, to an extent. Puissance is the defining aspect of them.
A grave expression crossed his face.
Faith is another, though this does not apply to all. Some beings do not require faith, but falsehood is not intrinsic to them all.
Explain.
The Catan, as far as our legends attest, were essential components of creation. Hungry, evil to mortalize, but part of it. They require no belief to live, in the same way the suns they devoured require no observer to be. Nor do the great four gods of chaos, who have become so all-powerful. They are, in essence, self-sustaining, though the faith of their followers makes them stronger. Nor does the great devourer, the mind of the Tyranids, a being that is generated by the unthinking actions of its physical component parts, and that is perhaps greater than all the rest. Is that a god? Some of our philosophers argue so. Others vehemently disagree. But for other gods, lesser gods, faith is vital. Without faith, they collapse into formlessness, becoming non-sentient vortices of emotion. Unstable, they die.
But if the people of the Imperium ceased to believe in the Emperor, he would not vanish. He has a physical presence, even now. He sits upon the throne. By that measure, he is not a god.
How can you be so sure? Simply because he existed before he took to his throne? You base your supposition on the idea that he was actually a man to begin with, and that he did not lie. You also suppose that what sits upon the golden throne still has a mortal life, and would persist should his worship cease. Did I not say there are gods who were once mortals? These beings become focal points for belief, and belief begets faith, as the pure gods of the warp do, those that are consciousness which emerge from the other sea. The difference is, for gods who were something before they were gods,
Guilliman raised an eyebrow.
Hypothetically speaking, not assuming that is what happened to your father. In cases like that, there is an existing being to mold. Faith hangs from them, changes them, elevates them, if that is a correct word,
said Natase smoothly. Natase smiled his thin, cruel smile.
We come to an unpalatable truth. To many of your people, Primarch, son of the Emperor, you are a god. Because they believe in their billions, does that not make it true?
A status I deny. I am no god.
Deny it all you will. Where you go, victory follows. Your presence inspires your people. In this age of storms, the very warp calms at your approach. How long is it until the first miracle is proclaimed in your name? And when that occurs, how will you be able to say that you were not responsible for it? The incident on Parmenio with the girl, the way her power freed you from the grip of the enemy, drove back demons, actions already being ascribed to your maker. But if divine, was it truly him?
Are you saying that was me?
I am asking you to consider it.
I have no psychic gift.
It does not matter. We are talking here not of sorcery, or what you refer to as psychic power, but of faith. Faith is the most powerful force in this galaxy. It requires no proof to convince. It grants conviction to those who believe it. It brings hope to the hopeless, and where it flourishes, reality changes. A single mind connected strongly to the warp can bend the laws of our universe. But a billion minds, a trillion minds, all believing the same thing? It matters little if they are psychers or not. The influence of so many souls has a profound effect. My kind birthed a god. Perhaps now it is your turn. Faith is your race's greatest power. It is also the greatest peril to us all. It is the faith of every human being that molds reality. Psychic power washes through our existence, heightening everything. It is their despair that threatens us. You have said to me before, Roboute Guilliman, that you will save my people. Yet it is your people who are damning us all. They damn you, too. For all your will, how can your single soul stand against the collected belief of your species? You brought us here to ask if the Emperor is a god, for that is where this conversation is going. But the questions you should be asking yourself are, am I a god? And if I am a god, am I free?
That is not what I wish to know.
Guilliman placed on the helm of his armor of fate. Still that scar ached, where the joint rubbed it. Colquan of the Custodes had been pleading with him. This plan he had made was an unimaginable risk. He was the Imperium's last hope. He was not something that could be risked. But Guilliman had made up his mind. The dread, the melancholy that had gripped him upon his resurrection had simmered down to a calm acceptance. He had no plans on dying. Fleet Primarchs approached as Ajax grew from a speck, the corroded hulk of the Death Guard blockade arrayed before the approaching Imperial horde. Guilliman had come with the might of all Imperial sects, Sisters, Custodes, Astartes, Mechanicus and Imperial Guard, but yet this void warfare was something he wanted to do personally. The boarding torpedoes, filled with Victress Guard and Custodes, slammed into the traitor's command ship. Guilliman strode the halls where no loyal man had trodden for millennia, wondering if he had walked this way before. The ship was ancient, the design dating back to before the Great Crusade. Although naturally that did not mean the ship was that old. Time flowed differently in the warp, so it was possible that the craft had served under the Emperor's banner, long, long ago. Had it, perhaps, been in the flotilla that arrived at Barbarous with the Emperor, bearing the first of the 14th Legion, then known as the Dusk Raiders, to meet their father. Had it taken the message of Imperial truth to forgotten worlds? Had it been joyously received by scattered scions of humanity? Or had it forced compliance on those who had rejected the Emperor's dream of brotherhood? Guilliman knew those times were brutal, and believed the methods used extreme. He had privately disapproved of some of what his so-called father had done, though in truth even the worst atrocity was but what Guilliman himself had performed in Ultramar, writ large. The intent of an act of violence, he thought, was the same, whether a single murder or the destruction of a city resulted. During the Great Crusade, he had wholeheartedly accepted the Emperor's cruelties as a means to an end. And yet, the worlds burned. The civilizations wiped from existence. The alien species driven to extinction. So much death to achieve peace. And then came the heresy, and the truth of what the Emperor had withheld. It was thrown in his face. Even during the Crusade, Guilliman had wrestled with his conscience. He had argued with his brothers as to the morality of their actions. He had disagreed with some of their methods. Some of them, like the monster curs, he had openly despised. But when he walked these corridors, dripping with ooze and unnatural decay, these spaces that held an atmosphere against the laws of all physics, when he saw what had been done to the domain of the Emperor, what had been done to his own kingdom of Ultramar, he then thought all those methods just theoretical. The Emperor had been right, after all, about everything. Theoretical. The Emperor had intended the Great Crusade to be temporary. Instead, it had persisted since his internment upon the Golden Throne. Practical. It was up to him to set that right. A normal man can accomplish 12 things at once. A great man can accomplish 1,000, he thought, recalling the words of his foster father Conor. But no man, no matter his ability or will, can accomplish more than one grand scheme at a time. The Imperial forces cleared through the blockade. Ajax would soon be relieved. Shouts came over the Vox. A new force had entered the battlefield. Militant Apostolic Matthew had arrived, followed by what looked to be a ragtag force, a pilgrim's crusade. To the port, the speakers cried, as Matthew led on to Ajax. Let him take it, Guilliman thought. Matthew was now completely out of his control. Ajax had once been a gem amongst Ultramar, an ardent world filled with vibrant forests, often used as a destination for wealthy Imperials. The entire world was no natural beauty, but one carefully forged from human hands, one that could have been a marvel of human achievement. Now 2/3 flowed with rivers of fecal matter, blood and pus. The forests themselves grew with twisted demonic creatures, as a miasma smog oozed sickness, even amongst the last bastions of Imperial defense that had endured the Nurglite siege for months. Guilliman's forces transported down to Imperial lines, as his own delegation made its way to the heart of the capital. The delegation of Ajax limped forward to meet the Primarch. Governor Costalis, trying to mask his horrific cough, knelt, welcoming the Lord Regent to Ajax. Governor Costalis, please rise, said Guilliman, when the man struggled to get to his feet. Guilliman himself bent to help him up. He looked into the man's watery eyes. By Terra, man, you should be with the Medicae. Is that your chair? You, come forward. Costalis gave a weary smile. By that measure, we all should, he said. Ajax is a sick world. Then I insist you at least rest before we take counsel, said Guilliman. There is a battle to be finished in the heavens, and landings to be undertaken. Guilliman put him firmly in the wheelchair. Costalis nodded. Then please follow me. I shall show you to the command suite for the auxiliary here. It is yours. Everything here is yours. I hope you will find my stewardship satisfactory. It is a long time since I came to Ajax, said Guilliman. Even steeped in misery, it holds its beauty. Fear not, Costalis. This shall pass, as all sicknesses do. Of all his brothers, Guilliman felt the most for the common man. He was raised by Conor of Macragge, who was and always would be a true father to him. Perhaps that was why his bond to the people was so strong. Guilliman knew that Governor Costalis was a dead man walking, as many others were on Ajax. Even more the reason to fight harder for the survivors. But before the talk could begin, Guilliman saw from the windows the enormous crowds gathering in the square, but these were not for him. Militant Apostolic Matthew was leading his sermon, fresh from the battle of the Void Port. Guilliman listened intently to Matthew's words. For is it not true that the Emperor came to the human race, the Apostolic said, and saved us from the tyranny of the Xenos and the Warlord? Did he not set out upon his great crusade and drive back the persecutors of mankind? And when challenged by the heresy of the Archdevil Horus, did he not cast him down and send him along with his 8 fiends into the fiery pits of damnation? Did he not take upon himself the burdens of humanity's suffering and ascends to the golden throne, where he bears the ills of the universe for us and watches us, and keeps alight the beacon that binds together his domains? Do his armies not strive tirelessly to ensure all the children of Terra can live and die in his light? Does he not protect us from the triple horror of the Xenos, the mutant, and the witch? Yes, yes, said a voice in the crowd. He does, said another, and he is our master. The tone of the crowd was exalted. These protestations of faith were mingled with sounds of weeping and coughing and other signs of sickness, but neither hunger nor disease could dampen the crowds further. Guilliman stood in the shadows alongside his guard. The priest's words were clearly making the Custodes and Ultramarines uncomfortable, especially after the Primarch's warnings to Matthew. But Matthew had changed, or perhaps Guilliman thought he never truly had. The priest still wore his simple tattered robes, but now he was flanked by sisters and crusader hosts. Guilliman even saw the armaments and battle trains of Matthew's previously lavish and corrupt predecessor. Finally a moment came where Matthew indicated to Guilliman. The crowd's murmurs grew, for the son of the Emperor walked amongst them. Expected, thought Guilliman. The Primarch gently dismissed the crowd, striding up to Matthew and towering above him once again. The look of adoration upon Matthew's face was unnerving. Guilliman stared at him. Matthew held his gaze, a look of rapture on his face. You have never seen or spoken to the Emperor, said Guilliman. Only I have. You told me this before, said Matthew. But you were wrong, my lord. I converse with him every day. I have seen his manifestation with my own eyes. Who do you think sent me to you? Who guarded me when the Macragge's honor was captured? Who guided you to choose me as your militant apostolic? It was him. It was your father. He told me I must open your eyes. And they are opening. I know. Enough, said Guilliman. You speak of things you know nothing of. Do I? Said Matthew. Am I deluded? Or are you? Clinging to your worldview when all evidence points to the contrary. Something has changed. They say that the Emperor speaks to you again in dreams and in visions. After so long, how does it feel when he touches your mind? He speaks to me. We should kill him, voiced Colquhoun of the Custodes. For a moment, Guilliman was inclined to agree. Had he not done the same to thousands, upon the Emperor's own orders during the Great Crusade? But Guilliman turned away, because for the first time he had doubt, and that shamed him more than his anger at Matthew's words. The great hall of the Palace of Flowers was giant, a circular auditorium arranged around a stage. The centre was hollow and vast. Multiple, thin circular galleries looked down upon it. The seats were arranged to match the building's curve, and set steeply above each other so that everyone within had an unobstructed view. The place was full of military officers and administrators. The hall was used for performances, but is suited as well for oratory, as Guilliman's voice carried clearly throughout the building. All hailed the Primarch, the saviour of Ajax. Guilliman delivered his proclamation, a speech of unity, brotherhood and purpose. The military plans were shown in the general form to the thousands of officers and guard captains. Guilliman spoke of a nexus point of infection, of the devices he had learned of from Call. Guilliman made sure to flatter guests of importance, a master stroke of charisma. Mortarion would come to them. They would fortify this city and crush the enemy, and he would personally slay his fallen brother. Guilliman looked into the eyes of the men and women who feared and worshipped him. He knew this meeting would be seen not just by Imperial eyes, and was counting on it. Within the warp, in Nurgle's realm, a triumphant roar spilled from the rotten mouth of Kugath Plaguefather. A drop of a demigod's blood had completed his greatest work as he stirred the cauldron of Nurgle itself. The God Blight. The poison that could kill a god was ready. On Ajax, the gates of the capital were being reinforced when the news came to Guilliman. Matthew was leaving, followed by a host of sisters, Crusaders, Cadians, and other far-flung regiments, all formed into a horde with common people. A people's crusade. The Ultramarines did not hide their surprise when Guilliman did not stop them. He did not even ask where they had set course. Could it be? Felix thought. Theoretical. Roboute Guilliman is beginning to believe his father is a god. Or, theoretical, was he washing his hands of a nuisance? Theoretical, was he showing faith? The procession left as the skies darkened further, an obscuring fog that hampered the orbital assistance from Fleet Primus. The enemy's attack was coming. The tiers of the city's walls were lined with guards in their thousands, Space Marines drawn from dozens of chapters, reinforcing vital strongholds as Guilliman himself sat at the command center. Then, after days, the first shells began to soar down. The Death Guard deployed weapons so dangerous that they fought as a legion only, without their hordes of deluded mortal followers. Only their demons accompanied them, and for the time being, those were few in number. Felix wondered if this was how it was upon the walls of the Imperial Palace, when chaos had almost reached the center of humanity, when its tide stretched for miles and the Imperium had nearly died. It was just like Parmenio, the siege line filled with bloated Astartes, tanks, and demon engines in their thousands. The storm above raged, unnatural colors filling the sky, burning in sickly blooms. Still, no contact could be made with the fleets. It was as if the stage had been set for a game between rival deities, where the champion Primarchs of the Emperor and the Plague God would face each other to decide the fates of worlds. The Death Guard smashed against the walls, as demonic beasts trailing fumes and poisons barreled through any opening. Maximum seal protocols would not be enough, as the noxious tide fell upon the Imperials. Time, Guilliman thought. They needed time. Time for the true mission to complete. Time for the secondary splinter force, aiming for the cauldron of Nurgle. The walls became overrun as the bodies piled on both sides. The munitions would have threatened to clog the sky if it were not already. Tetrarch Felix, alongside Ultramarines and Silver Templars, pulled back, until a grinding, blubbery form loomed over him. A soul grinder. A horrific melding of machine and demon, eviscerated Astartes with its sweeps. It sent the Tetrarch flying, vulnerable to a killing blow, but from behind it there was a light of fire like a rising sun, shining brighter until it filled the sky. A wall of flame descended, and the demon screamed. Not a roar of anger, but a cry of genuine fear. Guilliman had entered the field, the Emperor's sword roaring. Guilliman blasted out all of the creature's eyes with the Hand of Dominion, as it blindly tried to drag itself away. Guilliman stepped in and beheaded it with a single blow. Beads of fat ignited under the heat of the sword, and the beast fell down, truly dead. Now the counterattack. All his army is committed, said Guilliman. It is time to sally from the city and bring Mortarion into battle. He will meet me this time, because as far as he is concerned, everything is set to his plan. I'm going to enjoy surprising him, and when his god's favor is taken from him, I shall destroy him. Colquan, his custodies, watched from orbit. The clogged skies, likely formed from some tainted demonic ritual, obscured nearly everything. But the Vox chatter came alive with Guilliman's sally charge. They came in repulsors, gladiators and Astartes grav tanks. Many dozens of them, in a score of chapter colours, pouring through the gate, already firing their main weapons before they had cleared the arch. They powered forward and spread, blasting apart everything that came against them. Interceptors and suppressor squads roared ahead, clearing the enemy from the sides of the advance, whilst the war guns continued to fire, grinding the battlefield further out and annihilating the foe square by square. The sally was fiercely opposed, and after only a few moments of disarray, the Death Guard reorganized themselves and turned their medium-range guns onto the path of the advance. Shells hammered into the vehicles, blasting many to pieces, yet still they went on, driving straight into the enemy. The lines clashed in a brutal clang. Guilliman's charge drove into a foe that outnumbered them. It was a bait that the Death Guard took as they turned their sole focus onto them. A single warhead descended from the sky, from the Macrag's honor. Theoretical. The enemy perceives an easy kill. Practical. Spring the trap. The shockwave hit the ground, reflecting back into itself, intensifying the effect. A compact firestorm roared in the heart of Mortarion's army, obliterating traitors who had plagued the Imperium for centuries and millennia. The battle had turned in an instant. Corpses were strung about as demon essence fizzled back into the warp. The precious munition, formed by science lost to mankind, had turned the field. Guilliman began marching, the Emperor's sword drawn. He strode far away from his own lines. This provocation he knew could not go unanswered. Smoke and fumes blew away from the Primarch, clearing the air a little. He stood with his arms raised in an open challenge, and considered the probability he had made an error. He would never do this against one of his more calculating brothers. Perturabo would have seized the opportunity to blast him to pieces from afar. Alfarius would have done some convoluted trick to undo him. Lorgar would have tried to convert him. But Mortarion needed to prove himself. Guilliman was relying on his brother's insecurities. He smiled beneath his helm. If he was wrong, it was going to be a very short duel. But Guilliman was rarely wrong. Smoke stirred beneath the beat of mighty wings. Mortarion descended from above. Fulgrim's already killed you once. It's my turn now. I intend to do a better job, said Mortarion. In the distance stood Maxim, and dozens of librarians began to glow, channeling the raw power of the warp, funneling it into Farseer Natase's Eldari runes, forming a dome of psychic power that enveloped the two brothers. Neither reacted, for both had no intention of going anywhere. Guilliman leapt. There was a split moment when they locked eyes. A pressure joined them, heavy enough to encompass time. When they attacked, they did so without thinking. Abilities woven into their gene code at the dawn of the Imperium saw to that. Mortarion had the greater reach and struck first. Silence swept around in a reaping cut. Guilliman halted its seemingly unstoppable swing upon the quillions of the Emperor's sword. Thunder crackled from the blow. More soul-rending sweeps came from Mortarion's silence. Guilliman staggered back. The armor of fate's machinery whined into a higher activity, purging his body of Mortarion's miasmic stench. Guilliman swung the Emperor's sword about in a figure of 8, fire roaring. "You rely too much on unclean gifts, Mortarion," he said. "You were never much of a swordsman. You were always bad at boasting," Mortarion said. "Such a tedious little paragon. Where is the warrior who stood before the assembly at Nicaea and denounced all use of the warp?" shouted Guilliman. "You are everything you purported to despise." "I opened my eyes, brother," said Mortarion, circling Guilliman in the air. "I saw the lies our father sprouted for what they were. I found a better master, and I became stronger than you." "You are a slave," Guilliman retorted. "So are you," his demon brother hissed. "Fool," Mortarion gloated. "Look at me. Look at how much power I have. I am far more than you could ever be. I am," Guilliman answered with a stream of bolts from the hand of Dominion. He didn't care for his brother's excuses. The Emperor had his faults, ones that Guilliman deeply struggled with, but the alternative was unacceptable. The alternative was weak, and a betrayal of the species. The blows clanged, ringing a sound that perfectly mixed with the horror of the dark gods and the calls to arms of humanity. Guilliman moved at the height of his martial prowess, but even he could tell he was outmatched by Mortarion. "You are nothing, my brother," Mortarion hissed. "The last shreds of our father's dream, clung onto against the face of reality as they break into nothing. You are not even a memory, but a relic falsehood." "You betrayed us," said Guilliman. "You and the others." "I did not," said Mortarion, coming to stand over his sibling. "For how can one betray a lie?" Mortarion ended it, smashing Guilliman to the ground and pressing his foot upon his chestplate. Mortarion reached up and took hold of one of his many pendants, a small, dirty file, and yanked it free. Mortarion knew Guilliman would never turn, so he would give him death. Writhing around in the filthy file swam the poison that could kill even Mortarion, one made from a drop of Guilliman's own blood. The God Blight. Mortarion pressed the dirty tube into a greening brass syringe, careful to keep it well clear of himself. He bent low and jabbed the needle into his brother's neck with a deep sigh of satisfaction, just above the scar Fulgrim had given Guilliman. Immediately Guilliman gasped. He spluttered. Veins turned black and his eyes went red as a tide of filth washed through his veins. Guilliman's skin turned black. In places it melted, running from his skull, exposing bone that gleamed before going a rotten brown. Ajax disappeared around Guilliman as blackness washed over him. His life flashed before his eyes. Macragge, Conor, his father, the Great Crusade, the heresy, awakening to this rotting Imperium, the race to Terra, the Indomitus Crusade. His mind retreated, delving into something much deeper within. The Emperor. Mortarion stood next to him as they relived the memory that equally inspired and broke him. Upon the golden throne of Terra sat a corpse, or a man, or a thing. It was half living, half dead. A shining beacon of power. It was like standing in a room with the sun itself. Guilliman. The voices overlaid, overlapped, became almost one, and Guilliman had a fleeting memory of a sad face that had seen too much, and a burden it could barely countenance. Guilliman, hear me, my last loyal son, my pride, my greatest triumph. How those words burned him, worse than the poisons of Mortarion, worse than the sting of failure. They were not a lie, not entirely. It was worse than that. They were conditional. My last tool, my last hope. A father who never loved him, welcoming the weapon that had to please him. It hurt. It broke a piece of him he thought filled by the place of another, Conor. And yet it was freeing. There were no more lies. Do you see, Guilliman? You follow the wrong master, said Mortarion, standing over Guilliman's writhing body. He is a cyst, a pus-filled canker surrounding a dead thing, lodged in the fabric of reality, like a thorn or a piece of shrapnel. It must be drawn out for things to heal. Do you understand now that this is what you follow? Mortarion grunted in amusement. Of course, you can't answer. I doubt you would understand anyway. We will soon be in the Garden of Nurgle, my brother. The veils are parting. I can see it already. Once you are dead, this world will fall within it and become a jewel of decay. You have damaged my network, but not by enough. And at the coming of your death, one by one each of your worlds will pass from this place of cold void and uncaring stars into the grandfather's embrace. I wish you could see it. It is beautiful, full of life and potential. There are trees here, and plants of amazing variety. It is not barren. It is not like that cold light you showed me. Not like him. It is not like the Mortarion at all, with its pointless struggle against inevitability. Here nothing ever truly ends, but is reborn and dies and is reborn and dies, over and over again. Everything here is given many gifts. Nothing, no matter how small, is overlooked, and all share in grandfather's bounties. There is no pain, and because there is no pain, no suffering is borne gladly. Now tell me, brother, compared to the hell our fathers inflicted upon the galaxy, does that sound so terrible? He took a deep breath, a man sampling country air on a fine day. I wish you could see it, he said again. The embers of life faded from Guilliman. He was almost a corpse. Again dying for his father's Imperium, the warp began to swell and open around them. Piercing reality, the Garden of Nurgle itself spilled over Ajax. Ultramar's doom had been struck. A bell tolled, one that Mortarion recognized to his horror. The Cauldron of Nurgle had been banished. The corpse of his brother twitched. The armor of fate was a corroded shell, but something in his power pack restarted, and lights blinked on systems all over it. Guilliman's blackened face turned to look up at him. Mortarion felt something huge and dangerous moving through the warp. Something he had not felt for a long time. Guilliman's back arched. The armor was humming now, giving off a psychic signature as an arcane mechanism within it powered on throughout. Guilliman opened his eyes. Guilliman's eyes were glowing with pure, white power. The last slimes of his decayed flesh burned away, and a network of feathery capillaries spread in their place, bearing new blood unsullied by the godblight. The metal of the armor of fate shimmered, impossibly remaking itself. Bright decorations appeared as tarnished, cracked and fell away. Wires grew and reconnected, as surely as Guilliman's skin was growing back. The nether ground of the garden shook hard. Demons, large and small, were screaming, emerging from their hiding places and fleeing in riotous stampede. Away in the distance, ever visible wherever you went in the garden, Nurgle's black manse shivered, and Mortarion felt another presence, as powerful as the first, looking at him from beyond its ever-shuttered windows. The ground cracked and broke. Glaring whiteness blazed from the crevices. Guilliman's corpse rose up and hung in the air, supported by a pillar of radiance, and slowly turned so he was upright. He reached out, and the Emperor's sword appeared in his hand, and burned with the fire of 1,000 suns.
He speaks to me, brother. Does he not speak to you?
Said Roboute Guilliman. The unbearable radiance enfolded Guilliman, so glaring Mortarion threw up his hands.
Father,
Mortarion said, and his voice quailed like a little boy discovered in the course of some small but unforgivable crime.
I am his right hand, brother. I am his general, his champion. I am the Avenging Son. By his might am I preserved.
The landscape flickered between blasted battlefield of Ajax and the garden of Nurgle. The ground of the garden was rolling.
this is impossible. You should be dead.
There was a creak of a door, faint but portentous, coming from the manse. The doors never opened to Nurgle's house. Mortarion turned very, very slowly and looked to the great house. A single, tiny shutter on an insignificant gable was open, a square of deep blackness in the black wood.
Forgive me, grandfather.
He quailed. Guilliman looked past him, and something looked through him, seeing all worlds at once. Eyes as bright as the centers of galaxies stared at the black, forbidding house.
You are a traitor.
Guilliman said in a voice that was not quite his own.
You have brought low all that could have been, but you are as much a victim as a monster, Mortarion. Perhaps one day you might be saved. Until then, you must go back to the master you chose.
No!
Mortarion cried, but it was too late. Some force reached for him and yanked hard. He flew back, over and over through the garden, toward the black house of the plague god. He felt a moment of perfect terror before he flew in through the open portal, and it slammed shut behind him, trapping him with an altogether more awful god. Nurgle was displeased. Guilliman looked over the garden of Nurgle. He was between two worlds. The warp was a shifting thing, never constant. The garden was a collection of ideas. It had no true form, and through it he could see a million other worlds that underpinned it. The dream of souls living and dead, and past that, as if glimpsed through blanks of glittering sea mist that evaporated before the morning sun. The battlefield of Ajax.
Hear me!
Guilliman's voice boomed through eternities. The sword blazed higher, until the fire of it threatened to burn out time.
I am Roboute Guilliman, last loyal son of the Emperor of Terra. It is not your destiny to end today, God of Plague. But know that I am coming for you, and I will find you, and you will burn.
He gripped the sword of the Emperor two-handed and raised it high. Rising waves of fire ripped into the garden. From the great manse a cry of rage sounded, as a wall of flame hotter than a million suns devoured everything in its path, finally breaking and receding within yards of the black walls of Nurgle's house. Its infinite halls shook. Mossy tiles fell from the roof. Sodden timbers steamed.
I speak for the Emperor of mankind.
Then he was falling, forever until his knee hit the ground, and he woke into reality once more. Guilliman opened his eyes. He was kneeling on the ground of Ajax. The sword of the Emperor was buried, point down in the cracked earth. His fires had turned everything around him to glass. Burnt out suits of armor lay around him. Only he was untouched. Guilliman stood inside the medic bay, staring at the patient within. The militant apostolic had led his pilgrim crusade to the heart of Ajax's noxious gardens. reinforcing the Astarte strike force by sheer coincidence, or direction from the Emperor. The Pilgrims' Crusade had fought with a zeal unseen, allowing Matthew to reach the cauldron of Nurgle itself, as an Astartes held off Kugath Plaguefather. The report said a golden light had shone from his eyes as he touched the cauldron, his body rotting as he banished the source of the noxious storm. That very act had allowed the power of the Emperor to flood Guilliman and led to victory. Matthew occupied the single bed in the center of the room. Medical equipment crowded the space around him. He was wrapped in a white shift that was stained by the seepage from many sores. He had no wounds. All the lesions that covered his skin were the result of disease. He more resembled a bundle of sticks than a man, crudely assembled into human form and draped with skin. One of the few things Matthew had taken pride in was his hair, and that was falling out, covering his pillow. His cheeks were sunken beneath an oxygen mask. His eyes stared blankly at the ceiling and wept tears of pus. Medically, Guilliman thought, he should be dead. Practical, Matthew still lives. Theoretical, something is keeping him alive. Was it a plot of Mortarion, or from his other demonic brothers? Theoretical. His faith in the Emperor is keeping him alive. It was a line of thinking Guilliman didn't want to keep giving oxygen. Unhelmeted, Guilliman walked into the room. The first thing that hit Guilliman was the smell. There was a sickening sweetness in the room, of failing organs and decaying flesh. It made Guilliman's eyes water. Sweat prickled his brow as his post-human biology marshaled itself to fight off the infection, and the devices of the armor of fate shifted into a higher state of activity. Militant apostolic, he said. Matthew didn't move. Matthew, Guilliman said softly. He examined his emotions. He expected anger for Parmenio, for Matthew's disobedience, for the priest's personal crusade to make him one of the faithful. Guilliman knew some of this anger was for his own feelings of the ecclesiarchy, but the priest had done a great service after all. Guilliman experienced confusion, and that was an emotion he was not fond of. But seeing the priest like that, gripped by a dozen different diseases at once, what he felt most was pity. The crust at the corner of Matthew's eyes lifted. His face moved, very slightly. He turned his head towards the Primarch. It took a moment for his expression to clear and his eyes to focus. I heard you wished to speak to me. I could not deny a dying man his last request, said Guilliman. You considered it though, said Matthew. He smiled. The skin on his lips cracked and bled. You do not need to explain yourself, my lord. We are moved by the Emperor, you and I. We have little choice over our actions. A little energy came into him, and he moved a hand encased by tubes. You have witnessed it, he continued. His power. You have seen the light. I must disappoint you, said Guilliman. I do not believe that my creator is a god. He is something. Guilliman paused. He is something else. If he is anything at all this faith and desire for salvation is a blind hope. He will not help us. He cannot. We must save ourselves. A shame, Matthew said. Guilliman wasn't sure how truthful his words were, for he had counted on the Emperor's power to aid him against Mortarion, a gamble that paid off, for now. But just as he had seen thousands of times during the Great Crusade, just as he saw the Emperor force an entire legion to kneel on Monarchia, just because one is powerful, it doesn't make them a god. Guilliman turned to Matthew, aware that his next words would be his last. This is my final gospel, whispered Matthew, and it is the finest news of all. The Emperor is waking, my lord. Matthew smiled. He stirs from his slumber after long millennia. The armies of the faithful trail him. They bear him aloft. They empower him. It is the warp, my lord, croaked Matthew. The enemy has made his greatest mistake by opening the rift. It may damn the Imperium, but it also may save it. The rift has empowered the Emperor. The energies of the Imperium saturate the universe, raising up mankind, filling the lowly psyche with power. Then why does he not step down from his throne? Said Guilliman. If he is capable of acting, why must I do his work for him? He is not ready, that is why, said Matthew. Not yet. You must help him. How could the priest not see it? For if the Emperor was all-powerful and all-knowing, would he not rise from the throne and lead humanity? Guilliman had seen it. It was a half-dead corpse on that throne. He has spent millennia arranging the pieces so that you might return, said Matthew. My lord, you are mankind's only hope. A look of pain played over Matthew's face. We all have our part to play. Yours is to come. Mine is done. Matthew breathed his last breath. My father is no god, Guilliman whispered. It is men who do his work for him, as I must now. He uses people. He always has. Guilliman stood up, and with an armored hand reached down to close the dead priest's eyes. Thank you, Matthew, for your service to the Imperium. I'm sure when I tell your successor of what you did, they will make you a saint, and I will not dissuade them. How his previous self would have been shocked, Guilliman thought, at the decisions he made now, and at the scar this grimdark future had inflicted upon him. Into the bowels of the McCragg's honor, Guilliman descended, passing through the security checks that far surpassed paranoia. The heads of Corps Inferior awakened in their tanks, and greeted the Primarch in their strange voices. He asked the device when could he expect to see the Archmagos in person. The Corps Inferior congratulated him on his victory in Ultramar, but Guilliman interrupted. Just report, said Guilliman. Testy. The heads responded, speaking in a way that unnerved Guilliman, making him wonder if he spoke to a device or foul artificial intelligence. I would have thought your victory would have pleased you, the heads continued. All right then, Archmagos Belisarius Call cannot return to Ultramar yet, but he will. There is an artifact upon the eastern fringes that interests him greatly. He will soon be heading there. Which one? Said Guilliman. That which resides upon Sotha, the head replied. The Pharos, said Guilliman, the memories flooding his mind, of the lion, Sanguinius, and of Conrad Kurz, the bloody war that had been fought over that world, and the shame he kept hidden from modern eyes. Imperium Secundus. Give the man an honor, said the Corps Inferior archly. The Pharos, Archmagos Belisarius Call is now certain that this device is of Necron origin, and that it will reveal much beneficial knowledge to his understanding. He will be successful. He is Archmagos Belisarius Call, and he can do anything. Before long, he will have knowledge he needs. So he claims, said Guilliman. But another problem was on his mind. One he voiced to the pseudo-machine. I fear the Emperor may be moving. I fear that he worked through me. I refused to believe it at first, but the evidence I have been presented with offers only one viable practical. That is, the mechanical voice said. The Emperor is active again, said Guilliman. He is at work through the tarot, through visions, so-called saints and the acts of faith. I know I spoke with him, but I am still not sure what I heard, or what I saw in that throne room. My first solid indication that something real was occurring was the nature of the warning of the Pariah Nexus. I resisted the idea at that time, though the possibility was put to me early on, but evidence accrues. Now I can no longer dismiss this theoretical out of hand. Do you believe he can come back? Asked Guilliman. Can he be returned to full life, like I was? He wasn't sure if he was hopeful or concerned. The implications of that theoretical and practical was galaxy-shaping. If it were possible to restore the Emperor, Call Inferior said, and if he could regain true life, then what went into the throne room of the Imperial Palace may not be what emerges. There is great peril considering this, even as an hypothesis, because thoughts lead to actions, whether we intend them to or not. Before you know it, we reach disaster, all from good intentions. There was a pause. They used to say that, about roads to bad places, paved with good intentions. Why would it be perilous? Expand, the Primarch said. Because all gods are blights on existence, Roboute Guilliman. Whether they call themselves gods or not, the Call Inferior said. I think you know that better than anyone. Do not forget it. There was silence. Guilliman left the chamber and returned to his command throne. Ultramar was secure. What chaos could destroy in a day, the Imperium would take decades or centuries to rebuild, but rebuild they would. He thought back to his awakening upon Macragge. Alone in his chamber, after learning the truth of the 41st millennium. Why do I still live? He'd snarled. What more do you want from me? I gave everything I had to you. To them. Look what they've made of our dream. This bloated, rotting carcass of an empire is driven not by reason and hope, but by fear, hate, and ignorance. Better that we'd all burned in the fire of Horus's ambition than lived to see this. Even as he had said it, Guilliman heard the lie in his words. Amongst his brothers, none had been more idealistic than Roboute Guilliman. None had envisioned a brighter future, not just for mankind, but also for the warriors of the Legiones Astartes. That flame of hope had been part of him for as long as he'd lived. Even now, as it was smothered by darkness and woe. At that time, Guilliman had realized his flame endured. There's hope still, he told himself, turning back to the window and placing one armored palm against it. He'd stared out to the work gangs, laboring to repair the damage of war, and the Ultramarines stood proud and determined upon the ramparts. All of them. They'd been born into this dark millennium, and had known nothing but the hardship, suffering and despair of unending conflict. Yet still they struggled on, unbowed, despite the countless enemies that raged against them. Guilliman had seen a better age, one of hope and triumph. What right had he, a superhuman son of the Emperor himself, to show any less strength and courage than his followers born in darkness? Guilliman returned to his command throne. Fleet Primus had cause to rejoin the greater whole of the Indomitus Crusade. The great fleets powered up, preparing once again to navigate the Nachman Gauntlet. Once more, Guilliman prepared to cross into Imperium Nihilus.